three slips the gully and try to get a couple of wickets this afternoon. First ball was excellently online, just about middle and leg. He started well, wasn't quick, but quick enough for the batsman to just dab it down to mid-on. But yes, he's got a chance now, Mohammad Abbas, to really extend this afternoon because he's going to take a rest tonight, come back tomorrow.
And you would know Colin Croft being used to one type of ball, the Kookaburra, and then having to bowl the Dukes. Of course, they've been here in the Caribbean for some time in preparation for this Test match series. They played some intra-squad games in Guyana.
Those balls have some different characteristics. I used to find the Kookaburra a little bit small. It used to fit into my hand. The Dukes seemed to be bigger, but it kept the sheen longer. And, you know, you could like it or you don't.
So there's always that adaptation that has to be made, just like a batsman with a new bat, different weight, different size. Mohammad Abbas, of course, made his debut for Pakistan against the West Indies in 2017, that very historic series where Pakistan won 2-1 for the first time in history. 15 wickets for him, very successful. The second leading wicket taker behind Yasir Shah.
This is a big innings, I think, for the captain of the West Indies, Kraigg Brathwaite. He's got to lead from the front. He's got to survive this evening. His team is looking for him to be solid, to produce half a century, maybe a century. He's got to be the batsman that the West Indies will want to build their innings around. He's got a tremendous responsibility coming in this late in the afternoon.
Shadows stretching across the ground as the sun sets towards the west. Very uncomplicated in his style and his action. And you're right, Colin Croft, the batsmen of the West Indies, a lot of people looking at what they can produce given the lack of productivity against South Africa quite recently, having failed to get to 200 runs in any of the innings. Monty Desai, the batting coach, usually stands just on the edge of the boundary, almost willing his batsmen on. Maiden over to begin for Pakistan. Shaheen Shah Afridi, 18 test matches for him, 58 wickets. Good pace, left-hander, so that natural angle that he will create up against the left-handed Karen Powell. 4 slips and a gully in place, so hunting for wickets. Can Shaheen provide that? Slight issue with the side screen in between Betway and Sandals, so it's Bet-Dalls at the moment.
I'm betting that Shaheen Shah Afridi has been inspired by Wasim Akram, left arm medium fast or left arm fast, depending on the day. This is also a big innings for Aaron Powell because he needs to make some runs. You know, you talk about the West Indies not getting to 200 against South Africa. You're number 1 to number 4. Somebody there has got to bat a long time if you're going to make any substantial runs. Okay, sometimes the 5, 6, and 7s get 50s and even 100s, as we've mentioned before. But the first 4 batsmen, one of them must get a substantial score. This is a very, very interesting period for the West Indian opening batsmen.
Yeah, the high score in that series, 165 as a team, which is very disappointing. Some pace and bounce, and as you mentioned, they will all be under the microscope. Just 2 half centuries. Karen Powell, one of those, along with Ruston Cheese.
Already 140 and he's just warming up. He hasn't cranked up yet. So when he turns on the afterburners, that could get up to near 150. Oh, this could be interesting this afternoon. I'm bouncing in my seat here. I like it.
You're just bouncing in your seat there, Colin Croft. Typical fast bowler.
Yes, he's got 4 slips in the gully. Shaheen Shah Afridi. To the left-handed. Powell. I don't know. Maybe I would have put in a leg gully. I know the captains nowadays play a little bit differently. One of the man the offside made a cover point, or the man that made off could have gone to that leg gully position.
Still hasn't found his radar just yet, Shaheen Shah Afridi, but good pace being generated. They can get a wicket this evening, a wicket or 2 will really set this game up for them as we head into day 2. Still a lot of distance from the surface. Buys down the leg side. So a couple deliveries down the leg side, wide outside off stump, still trying to find the correct line and length. Shaheen Shah Afridi, like we mentioned, that difference in ball from Kookaburra to Dukes.
A little bit of a difference for Brathwaite, just 3 slips in a gully and a cover point. And then that man at just a short leg. Afridi not yet getting his line right. The pace is good, the length is good, the line is not so good. And a lot depends on him. He's fast, he's furious, he's successful as a left-arm fast bowler. Now somebody asked me once if I could do anything in cricket other than what I did, what would I be? I'd be left-handed and bowl fast.
Didn't expect any other answer from you, Colin Croft. Bowling fast, left-handed or right-handed, one without loss.
That's middle.
Some experience in the middle order for the West Indies and Nkrumah Bonner. Just a couple tests under his belt, along with Kyle Mayers, who would have debuted in 2021 in Bangladesh. Ruston Chase had an excellent series against Pakistan in 2017. The sort of movement that Abbas can extract. Seems as though with that sort of action that he has, and he can bowl forever. Very efficient and economic in his movement.
It's just about a 125 kilometers per hour, but what he has is accuracy. He bowls just about off stump, outside off. He's gotten good bunks. quickly slips the gully, man at cover point.
Edged and taken. A brilliant catch, diving forward. Might want to check that. He was diving forward. He celebrated immediately. Imran Butt seems to be the fielder. Just having a discussion. I just think that they might want to check that with the third umpire. But from the reaction from the fielder, he was absolutely convinced, like the all are.
Yeah, Imran Butt was convinced, and his captain too. Immediately applauded him and hugged him. The umpire still debating. My first thought is that this might just have dropped in front. But if Imran Butt took this, then it's absolutely magnificent.
Let's have a look at the soft signal from the umpires.
Third
Soft
umpire, the
signal
television
seems to be
director,
out,
we
so
have an
let's have a look.
umpire review for fair catch. The soft signal is out. I've already checked the front foot. Can you move on to front on spin vision, please? And then followed by your best angle of the catch. Yep, he's definitely hit the bat. Proceeding on to the catch. Okay, just rock and roll it as it enters his hands. Fingers down, fingers down. James, can you show me something else? Can you show me another angle, please? This one's a bit tighter. Yep, I've got fingers under the ball. James, do you have anything else that can suggest any other? Okay, just rock and roll that nice and slow. Fingers under the ball. Can you zoom in on that a bit tighter, James? Just zoom it a bit tighter, guys. It appears his fingers are under the ball, though. Still waiting, guys. Yep. Ball is inside his hands. I've got fingers under the ball. I'm ready to make my decision, James, for the big screen. My decision is out. I repeat, out.
In the end, an excellent catch from Abid Ali. Never easy. Diving forward and slip. In confirmation of that from the umpire, Kraigg Brathwaite will have to depart without scoring. Karen Powell, beg your pardon, without scoring. 1-for-1, the West Indies.
Right arm over.
Nkrumah Bonner in at that crucial number 3 position for the West Indies. Always going to be a difficult period in the twilight here, late evening, to survive these overs. A huge shot for Elbabi, and he's given him as well. He reviews it immediately. Nkrumah Bonner. Drama of the highest order here at Sabina.
Into front on spin vision, please. Yeah, there doesn't appear to be any bat. I'm going to need Ultra Edge to confirm, James. Ultra Edge coming up, Greg. There's a gap between bat and ball. Flat line, no bat involved. Can you proceed to ball tracking, please? Just waiting on ball tracking, Greg. Ball tracking coming up. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets umpire's call. James, can you go back on field to Gregory? Gregory, stay with your original out decision. You're on screen now.
Umpire's call. He's given him 2 and 2 for Abbas and a golden duck for Nkrumah Bonner. On his home venue here at Sabina Park, the West Indies now have lost 2 quick wickets, 1 for 2.
Nkrumah Bonner's first movement was backwards. He's gone.
I'm sure Ruston Chase didn't anticipate walking out the bat at this stage. Excellent 2017 series against Pakistan for Ruston Chase. And this is the reason why he's here. Consecutive wickets for Mohammad Abbas, the LBW of Nkrumah Bonner. Umpire's call, just clipping the bails. An absolute delight for Mohammad Abbas, who's on a hat-trick. Only 4 Pakistanis. There have only been 4 hat-tricks in Test match cricket. 5 hat-tricks, beg your pardon, 4 bowlers. Wasim Akram has 2 of them. So an opportunity here to join that illustrious list.
3 balls to go. Let's go, Roston.
4 slips, 2 gullies. Backward, short leg, leg gully, leg slip in position. Let's see.
Just a bit to you.
Hat-trick delivery.
That's it.
Now you talk about pressure. This is pressure. Field just waiting. Ruston
Right arm
Chase,
over.
my hero for the West Indies.
Hat-trick ball. Easily negotiated. The spear from Abbas, he knows that was not the best delivery to bowl. Just a shake of the head in disappointment. But excellent over. Double strike for Pakistan.
Now the captain changes the field. He takes the leg slip out. He puts him at mid-on. Of course, he's a little bit defensive. But I think that Abbas is now going to do what he should have done then, now.
Good fielding. Prevents any run. Shaheen Shah Afridi. Youthful exuberance on display. But a really good passage of play here for Pakistan. 3 overs into the 3rd. Already picking up 2 wickets. We spoke about, Colin, the fact that West Indies would have wanted to go towards the close of play, having not lost a wicket. They've already lost 2. Getting quite dark out there as well. In the middle, 3 overs gone, 1 for 2.
What about spinners? What about spinners? Spin kar. Well, the umpires, they've consulted. Looks like players are leaving the field. Again, artificial lights being used at the end of the day's play because of the overcast conditions. We're walking off at 1 point. Now, there is a bit of a discussion, and I'm sure the umpires are indicating that if the spin is on, play can continue, and that's exactly what is happening. Yasir Shah will be the new bowler for Pakistan. And the West Indians will have to resist.
Baba Azam will have no problems at all using spin at this point. Been asked to be in a better place, having 2 wickets down. But just 1 run.
We'll be bowling a relatively new ball. Just into the, it's 4th over. Two wickets already for Pakistan. Not an easy period to bat in. Kraigg Brathwaite will know that as an opening batsman. Immediately finding the outside edge, turn on offer for Yasir Shah.
Getting some good movement. Yasir Shah.
Testing times. The ideal time, if you're a test bowler, be bowling to opposition batsmen.
And searching for that 3rd wicket, Pakistan. Now the slip comes into play.
Big single, comfortably secured in the end. 235 test match wickets to Yasir Shah. 146 of those were right-handers. Has the opportunity here to bowl to 2 right-handers in this West Indian batting lineup. Another interesting stat, out of all those wickets, 110 wickets have come via LBW and bowled. Again, an indication that he is very much accustomed to bowling straight lines. He will challenge the defenses of batsmen. That's why he's been so successful. Yasir Shah. Nicely negotiated by Roston Chase. 2 for 2. News back here at Sabina Park. The umpires, they've called play on this, the first day of the first test between the West Indies and Pakistan. It was a day of reviews, a day for wickets. 12 wickets falling on day 1. 7 player reviews, 1 umpire review. Very eventful day indeed. Roston Chase and Kraigg Brathwaite will resume their innings. And it will be another challenging day for the batsmen. Samuel Badri alongside me. Good morning.
Good morning, Darren. Good morning to all those who are tuned in. Yeah, it's going to be challenging. Still a heavy covering of grass, green grass, live grass on the surface. We did see some lateral movement, quite evident throughout the course of play yesterday. Overcast conditions, really good conditions for fast bowling. And Mohamed Abbas, of course, will enjoy these conditions. Already 2 wickets for him. Only 4 overs bowled
Come right arm over.
yesterday afternoon in the West Indies innings. So it's going to be a tricky period, a testing initial period here for the West Indian batsmen. Very attacking feel as you'd expect from Baba Azam. Some problems with the side screen to start things off. All set for the first ball on day 2.
All right, gentlemen, let's play.
Mohamed Abbas, not express pace. Bowls in the 120s, but is very consistent with his lines and lengths. Reminds me a bit of Shahid Nazir in my time when I played against Pakistan. Always challenge your defense, and especially on a pitch that is offering lateral movement, will be a handful. Should be a couple runs here to start the day for Kraigg Brathwaite and the West Indies.
How important will Kraigg Brathwaite be in this West Indian batting effort? Has been the only opener of note produced by the West Indies in Test match cricket in some time. In the recent past, that is, they've tried quite a few. John Campbell played quite recently. Shea Hope, opportunity against South Africa. Powell in now. So still an area of concern for the West Indies.
Usually what you find in the first day of a test match is quite a bit of information that will inform day 2 and the other days to come in the test match. Surely everyone would have spoken about that 85-run partnership with Fawad Alam and Fahim Ashraf that dug Pakistan out of a hole, so to speak, when they batted first. And that, to me, is one approach towards batting on this type of surface. They were very watchful. In the case of Fawad Alam, he played to his strengths. He allowed bowlers to come to him. He was strong through the onside. And did exactly what Pakistan would have wanted when they lost early wickets at lunch. They were 34 for 2. And then we're in a better position at tea, 123 for 5, Pakistan. What I also must mention is that partnership of 47 between Azhar Ali and Baba Azam. That, to me, was very significant in the way they absorbed pressure. They faced 140 deliveries, nearly 23 overs. And sometimes that type of partnership is not given the sort of credit that it deserves on a sporty pitch where bowlers hold the upper hand. Kind of paved the way, so to speak, for that 6-wicket partnership. I guess Kraigg Brathwaite and Roston Chase might have to show a similar type of effort. 4 for 2. Karen Powell and Krumah Bonner already dismissed. Cal Mayers, Jimin Blackwood, Jason Holder, alongside Joshua De Silva, will be desperately needed with the bat when their time comes to bat. Should be 4 leg byes. We'll wait confirmation from the umpire. Yep, 4 added to the score.
Just a little bit too straight from Shaheen Shah Afridi. Every little bit will help in terms of the score for the West Indies. Still looking to get that reader. Even yesterday evening in the over that he bowled was on either side of the wicket, still striving for right areas.
And again, another boundary for the West Indies. Not a good start for Shaheen Shah Afridi.
A carbon copy of the previous ball. Straight into the thigh pad, glanced away. And 4 leg byes the result. What you can expect now is an overcompensation and maybe going too wide outside off stump. Let's have a look.
A little bit better. Roston Chase will have good memories of playing against Pakistan, more so back in 2017 when he scored over 400 runs, 2 centuries, 2 half centuries. So that experience will put him in good stead for this challenge today. Look at that, very consistent with the bat.
Excellent areas. And that's the area he'd be looking for with more regularity and consistency on his overall record against Pakistan. This is the 2017 series, over 100 average. Stellar performance from him. Still some lateral movement, good piece from Shaheen Shah Afridi. But his overall record averages over 50 against Pakistan in 6 test matches. Roston Chase, 2 centuries and 3 half centuries, so he has good memories against this opposition.
I also think the reason why he's been successful against Pakistan is, 1, his ability to play spin. He's one of the better players of spin bowling in this West Indian lineup. 2, he has a very good technique as a batsman. Bats comes from very straight, has a nice long reach when the ball is full, and match that with his temperament. He's not busy to do anything extravagant. Builds a good foundation to his innings. Lovely stroke. Gets off the mark. Roston Chase. End of the over, 14 for 2.
So this is really a crucial stage of the innings for the West Indies. Most experienced batsman in terms of Kraigg Brathwaite at the crease, along with Roston Chase, had a half century against South Africa. And they need to forge something of significance.
Kraigg Brathwaite as well will know a lot about Roston Chase and be very comfortable in this partnership with him. They both hail from Barbados. And you did mention about Kraigg Brathwaite and his ability at the top of the innings for the West Indies in Test match cricket. He was the last West Indies opener to score 100 apart from Chris Gayle.
And that patience and that technique will be tested on this surface. The skill set of the Pakistani bowlers. And still Hassan Ali to come after these two. Fahim Ashraf himself with the ball. And then the test of Yasir Shah, who himself was so prolific in 2017, 25 wickets. And that 25 wickets, he got 8 of them here at Sabina Park. So excellent memories for him as well. So after you've survived the fast bowlers, you have a quality leg spinner to contend with. And how often have we seen balls going past the bat, the edge of the bat, squaring him up once again, Mohammad Abbas.
I guess what's also going for Mohammad Abbas is the fact that he's been playing county cricket in England for Hampshire. Played 7 matches before this tour, picked up 27 wickets at an average of 15. In these pandemic times, very few players get the opportunity to play a lot of first-class cricket when coming into international cricket, at least for the West Indian players. Haven't had the chance to play a first-class season, so current form crucial. And crucial for Mohammad Abbas, so they will get the best out of him, as we've already seen with his 2 wickets.
Really interesting that you mentioned that. Of course, the West Indian first-class season halted in 2020 at the height of the pandemic, or the start of the pandemic rather, and we haven't had first-class cricket since then, so lack of game time. Mohammad Abbas's numbers in the county circuit. So that lack of game time, well, can they make use of it out in the middle? 7 gone in their innings, 15 for 2 West Indies.
Shaheen Shah Afridi will continue. Still very young, just 21 years of age. Will want to better that first over in today's play. Shaheen Shah Afridi had a good transition into international cricket. Comes from a family that enjoys playing cricket. He's the youngest of 7 brothers. His eldest brother is 15 years his senior. Riaz Afridi played first-class cricket and 1 test match for Pakistan, so there's a lot of cricket pedigree in that family.
And of course, that name Afridi is synonymous with cricket in Pakistan. Shahid Afridi, former Pakistan captain, fondly called Boom Boom, renowned around the world. So, at least from that standpoint, has to represent the name Shaheen Shah. Has the skill set, has the potential.
When you mention Shahid Afridi, Shaheen Shah Afridi is engaged to Shahid's sister, so more family into cricket. But yeah, he's shown promise at a very tender age. He had the best first-class figures in the Qaid-e-Azam Trophy competition back in Pakistan. Picked up 8 for 39 in that first-class game. And immediately he was recognized as one for the future. That effort was achieved in the 2017-2018 season. We'll have a check now for the no ball. Confirm that it's legal. A little bit of swing into Roston Chase. Very similar to Mohammed Abbas, Shaheen Shah Afridi has had the chance of playing county cricket for Hampshire, so that stint would have done him well.
On the other side, Kraigg Brathwaite had an opportunity as well to play some county cricket in 2021.
"16 for 2.
Watchful start by the West Indians, as you'd expect, just to see off this initial period. And this initial period might extend for quite some time with the conditions overhead, conditions available for the fast bowlers. Really important task ahead.
Quiet start to the morning, as you'd expect. Quite an overcast day as well, which will aid fast bowling. We didn't see a lot of swing on offer on day one. Not a lot of swing so far in this day's play. Few dark clouds looming, a light wind across the ground. West Indian bowlers only picked up 1.2 degrees of swing. Mohammed Abbas usually gets the ball to swing a bit. When you match that with his consistent lengths and lines, he's a big, big challenge to face, especially with a new ball. Finds the outside edge, soft hands from Kraigg Brathwaite. I guess the approach to batting from Kraigg will be very much to his core and his approach that we've seen from him throughout his career. Very watchful, very patient. He rely a lot on his defense early in his innings, and especially against a consistent bowler like Mohammed Abbas. Probably just wait for him to come close so he can score through the onside if he gets one. Like there.
And it's his format, isn't it? Test cricket. His powers of concentration, his patience, his ability to bat for long periods of time, being unfazed by what has gone before him, really stands him in good stead. So you want to make sure that when you do get an opportunity and you get yourself set, you've done all the hard work, you want to make it count. Any batsman in any format, but Kraigg Brathwaite has that ability to really stay out in the middle for those long periods. Something that we've not really seen much of from the other batsmen. And of course, as captain and leader of the team, he'd want to set that example and show the way. And more so as an opening batsman, you have that responsibility of wearing the bowlers down and seeing off that new ball. Make it a little bit easier for that middle order. He has done that really well. Kraigg Brathwaite needs to continue, especially given the state of this game.
Beautifully played. Real classy shot from Roston Chase to end the over. 21 for 2. So far, so good for Monty Desai, the batting coach for the West Indies. He'll be very pleased with this shot from Roston Chase. A couple of factors. He hit it in the V. He was balanced. It was more about timing, not power. I also saw Kraigg Brathwaite this morning out in the middle doing some visualization. I've seen him a few times do that just before the start of the day's play, and especially when he's batting. Just trying to organize his mind and his approach, which is something that top players do. That's a brute of a delivery from Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Yeah, once he gets it in that good area, it's very dangerous. Shaheen Shah Afridi hasn't been consistent enough so far. Just look at that, a brute of a delivery. Might have just closed the face of the bat too early. Kraigg Brathwaite. There's one of the techniques that psychologists talk about, Darren, that visualization and getting yourself ready, mental preparation. Of course, the West Indies team does have a psychologist that travels with the team, part of the bubble, and I'm sure he will be doing that sort of mental work with the batsmen, with all of the players, really. Donald Aguirre, part of this West Indian staff. Such an important facet of the game that sometimes we underestimate and undervalue. And that's him on screen.
In addition, it's important when you're living in a bubble and a biosecure space. It's crucial to have that type of interaction, that type of monitoring from a psychologist. The mental pressures of being in that confined space is an addition to what international cricketers face today. So that type of support for players is significant. And Cricket West Indies must be commended for investing in this type of support and providing that towards the West Indies team. Another very good shot from the West Indies this time. Kraigg Brathwaite gets it off the middle of the bat and gets another boundary.
He just waited and waited, Kraigg Brathwaite, for a ball to come in his region, and that's what he does so well. He's patient. Full face of the bat, not much of a follow-through, but timing more than anything else, and really elegant and graceful from the West Indian captain.
.25 for 2.
And also with the psychologists, the West Indian management staff, they get an additional bonus. Also see him hitting some catches, doing some fielding drills with the players. Sometimes can be a lonely place, international cricket, when things aren't going your way and you need that support. So you're 100% right in that regard.
.24 the partnership so far. What's been good about the partnership is these two, they've waited for over-pitch deliveries, which they've scored off. They've also waited for deliveries that are on their body line to work through the onside. So you're seeing a method towards their approach to batting today. Something that Pakistan will take note of and probably want to counter.
I'm trying to play the ball late on a surface like this that gives you that lateral movement. I'm sure that's something that Monty Desai would have spoken to them about. Almost 27 minutes play already, and they've done a good job resisting the loss of any more wicket, which is the first target for the West Indies. They lost 2 wickets quite quickly yesterday evening, so the initial task is to not lose any more.
Very good piece of fielding in the slip cordon, saving Pakistan runs. Babar Azam, the captain, diving away to his right.
Sometimes the most infuriating thing for a bowler is when you do get those outside edges, they trickle away down to third man for 4. And so that support in the air with the catch is important, but also along the ground. And just taking that step forward, Babar Azam, if you can see him in that cordon, a long way in front of the others.
Our co-commentator Colin Cruff on day 1 was adamant that the wicketkeeper holds an essential role in providing the information to the members of the slip cordon in terms of their positioning. Mohammad Abbas is not the quickest of bowlers, so there is an adjustment that has to be made to give yourself a chance of taking a catch.
And I think you also have to take into consideration the batsman at the crease. And if they're playing generally with soft hands, you want to take that step forward. If they're playing with hard hands and going after the bowling, will fly quite quickly towards you and slip. But what we've seen from these two, certainly soft hands, the ball will go to ground quite quickly. So you might want to take that step or two forward. All part of assessing the situation of the game, assessing what's ahead of you, and making those decisions.
25 for 2. West Indies trail by 192. Kraigg Brathwaite on strike. Just opens a bit in his stance when facing the left-handed Shaheen Shah Afridi, just to get a better sighting of the ball because of the angle. So every player has his routine. Kraigg Brathwaite, I mentioned, likes to visualize before the start of a day's play, especially when he's batting. And I'm sure in this instance, he's trying to work out his body position in relation to his stumps, maybe judge where on the pitch is that off-stump line, because he thrives a lot on leaving a lot of deliveries outside the off-stump. Then the familiarity of being out in the middle as a batsman, getting accustomed to staying there for long, just internalizing everything.
A little bit uppishly, but safely. And we also saw the body position of one of our sound engineer, Ravi Bachchan. The stump mic lying prostrate on the ground. But that's one of the technique, that visualization. Another one that the psychologists talk about, memory. Just playing with one hand, Kraigg Brathwaite, and good memories against an opposition or at a venue, and relying on that. So if, for instance, you've had a good score at this venue, whether it is in test match cricket or otherwise, you remember what you would have done to gain that level of success, or against a particular opposition, in this case against Pakistan. So in addition to that visualization, that reliance on good performances from the past, has 100 at Sabina Park. So those are the things that you want to think about. There are memories that you want in the back of your mind, positive reinforcement.
Let's go, gentlemen.
Yeah, so far the resistance prompting Shaheen Shah Afridi to go round the wicket now. Little extra inspiration as well for Kraigg Brathwaite. Just under his West Indies crest. Memory of his late grandmother. Lost his grandmother in June this year, and in her memory, uses that little pin. Clipped away through the onside. Azarali feeling in that backward short leg position. Attempted the catch. 27 for 2.
That last delivery of that previous over. Just evading that fielder, that short leg position.
Every so often there's something. Hello everyone, and hello to Stacey, and hello to the world. Babar Azam with helmet on at third slip, but just a minor adjustment in length from Mohammad Abbas. It's instructive how good in terms of a cluster his pitch map has been. One of the best in the world. There's Babar again, helmet on. But it's also a sign of how good so far Chase and Brathwaite have been in that marginal errors in length are being punished.
Yeah, this is good stuff from Brathwaite. Over pitch delivery, and as he has previously done with deliveries that are over pitched, driven nicely down the ground. Good partnership of building between these two. 31.
Talked about the cluster. That is a significant grouping in that good length area. It's been the strength of Mohammad Abbas across his career. Very rarely bowls a half volley. He's not a swing bowler, he's a seam bowler. What do I mean by that? His deviation comes mostly off the seam. Or in the air like that. Even that seam around. Occasionally, Stacey, and you would know this being an all-rounder, repute yourself, he get a day when the ball swings, but generally you describe him as someone who moves the ball off the deck.
And the conditions presently at Sabina Park would favor him, would help him very much.
I thought he was smiling as he came into bowl there. But you're right, Stacey. This sort of pitch is something he will enjoy. He enjoyed it last time. Our analyst, who never misses a single thing, has just said 81% of Mohammad Abbas's deliveries in Test match cricket are on a good length. 81%. Dare anyone else in the world to better that? 32 for 2. Past the 2 wickets yesterday, Shaheen Afridi, wicketless so far. Well, he's had the end of his brief spell this morning. On comes Fahim Ashraf, who batted well yesterday. 16 wickets in his 9 test matches. What a type of bowler that he is. Another one who can wobble the ball around.
But this has been good resistance by Kraigg Brathwaite and Ruston Chase. 2 of West Indies' better batters who have healthy averages against Pakistan. Good running. Partnership will definitely filter confidence through the rest of the West Indies team.
And I've always asked myself the question, why is it that Ruston Chase and Kraigg Brathwaite have hypothesized over it in recent years? Kraigg is a type of player who perhaps is more durable on pitches of low bounce, plays with low hands. He's gotten a little bit better on bouncy pitches, but generally favors the lower bouncing surfaces. Ruston is still a little bit of an enigma to me. 5 really high-class hundreds, Stacey, but averaging less than 30 before this test match. And it's okay saying he plays spin well because better than some on the team. But you can no longer look at Pakistan, if you ever would, and India and say that they're spin-based teams because they've got a lot of really good fast bowlers in their lineups now. Pakistan has always had, to be honest.
But what I really like about this innings so far between Chase and Brathwaite, after looking at the South Africa series where pace was to West Indies' demise, Rabada and Gidi, Nokia, they were in some trouble batting against the pacers of South Africa. But seeing that adjustment here, it shows good. It shows that they've worked on things. And that's what you want to see really as a fan. You want to see improvement. You want to see that they've worked on areas and are now correcting, for lack of a better term.
Fans want to see it for longer. 35 for 2. Still a lot of work to do. But I think Ruston's nemesis has been pace, seam, swing at a good pace, good clip. Much carry. Very good deflecting again from Kraigg Brathwaite. 36 for 2. Pretty grey overhead, but the rain's holding off for now.
It's a change of bowler, James. Right arm over.
Double change in the bowling for Pakistan. Hassan Ali gets his first bowl of the test match. 4 test matches since recovering from injury. 26 wickets at 14. Compared to 9 test matches prior to injury, 31 wickets at 29, which weren't bad either. But the 4 matches, 2 against South Africa, in Pakistan, 2 against Zimbabwe, he really has lifted his level of performance. That's including this test match, that 5 you're seeing.
Some adjustments to that side screen.
Yeah, go the other way, fella. That's still in the eye line of the right arm over the wicket bowler. Send it down the other end.
It could be difficult for Kraigg Brathwaite or any batter. That point of delivery from the bowler and just having that color or movement to the back of him.
Just short, I think it's just short of Yasir Shah. Hassan Ali, of course, made his test match debut, as you would remember, Stacey, back in 2017 in that Dominica test match, the last of the series that Pakistan won, that gave them their first series victory in the Caribbean.
He had some good figures of 3 for 33. But a very memorable test series for not just Pakistan, but Ruston Chase also scored.
Don't even say it. Do not even say it. Otherwise, we have to go through the entire story of why did he do that. Not Ruston, of course. Ruston batted like a soldier and was 7 deliveries away from saving the test match and having a drawn series. It was an innings of great skill, and Stacey cannot stop laughing. I don't know why. It's not a laughing matter for so many. And then let's leave the story there. But I think I hope he hasn't reached the apotheosis of his career there. I hope his high point of his career hasn't gone past him, because you've got 5 test match hundreds. I think he's in third position in terms of the lowest average of someone who's got 5 test match hundreds as a specialist batsman. But it tells you the other side, that he's got talent. His 100 here against India, second test match, was brilliant. All his hundreds have been exceptional. So it really is about filling in the gaps in between those scores. 37 for 2.
This was that third test match in Dominica 2017. Ruston Chase standing out. Eventually coming out with man of the match, Ruston Chase. I also saw the retirement of Ms. Baul Haq and Yunus Khan, 2 stalwarts for Pakistan cricket.
Yeah, one of the great signages out of that test match at the end was someone, I can't remember who did it, but there was someone put up a sign saying Miss You, an abbreviation of Misbah and Yunus Khan. What a way to send off 2 great Pakistan players. Of course, Yunus was the batting coach on the last tour to Zimbabwe. Misbah, of course, is here now as the lead man, not captain as he was then, but coach now. Statesman.
I'm sure he would have, just given his experiences of playing here in 2017, good to see him on and have him within that dressing room.
Of course, Jamaica still basking in perennial glory from their Olympic success relative to what has gone before. The great Usain Bolt, of course, with his legacy amongst so many others. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price medaling, Elaine Thompson-Hera, Sharika Jackson. In the sprints, 4x1. Talk more about that when we come back. 37 for 2 still. The only reason I mentioned the athletics again because of its obvious distance from just being completed, Hassan Ali. Well, I listened to the Right Honourable Glenn Mills, who was Usain's coach for many years, talking on television the last couple of days. Brilliant analysis of the athletics. And of course, we can talk about Hansley Parchment, who won the gold in the 110 meters hurdles. Brilliant story. He nearly missed his race because he took the wrong bus to the stadium and had to plead with one of the assistants or the volunteers that he saw a while off for some money. She gave him some money to take a taxi to travel to the stadium. He got there just in time to warm up and ran to gold medal status in the 110 meters hurdles. Ronald Levy got bronze as well. Great tradition here in Jamaica. Congrats to all for the system that you continue to put in place that keeps producing these great athletes. People come from all over the world now to train. Stephen Francis, one of the other great trainers here.
They've got such a healthy, athletic background, Jamaica.
You're not getting away. Cricket wasn't always your first love, was it?
Oh, no, it wasn't. I would have represented Trinidad and Tobago at national football.
Which position in the field was your speciality?
A left wing. Still do play a bit of it for Trin City Nationals. But I always believe that that cross training is important. Whether it be at athletics, football, track, whichever, swimming. I think it helps you as the athlete to just become better and be a bit more, I'd say, fit.
And where did cricket come into the picture? At what point?
So initially I played softball cricket and soccer, well, football. Stephanie Powers would have seen me in 2010. She has been more or less my mentor. She has been the reason why I picked up cricket. Former West Indies captain Stephanie Powers and player. I mean, she has been really vital and instrumental in my career.
He's a good athlete as well. Hassan Ali, 37. Another maiden, 37 for 2.
So I decided to pick up cricket at that time. I joined a club team in Trinidad. Party Food Spice Girls. And the rest was history. Played within that first year, made it to national trials. And then made it to the national team, selected to go on my first tour of St. Vincent. And the rest was history.
History of the greatest sky. You're a World Cup winner. What was that like in 2016 at Eden Gardens?
Oh, priceless. I mean, every player, of course, you want to play at the highest level and, of course, get the highest rewards. And that World Cup in 2016. After being in South Africa, not winning any games at all in a series, and then going on to that World Cup, Samuel Badri would have spoken about having that psychologist with you, Donald Laguerre, was actually instrumental for us at that time. He was a part of our travel team, West Indies women, and he was very instrumental because coming from a series lost and then going into India to play in that World Cup, he was very instrumental. That winning moment at that World Cup was priceless for us, and it's still a poor razor. Women achieving that status, and then the men right after that. And then, of course, the under-19s earlier in the year, winning 3 world titles. West Indies, really good.
And you girls stayed on to cheer the guys who were playing later in the evening after you.
I think Darren Tammy was really instrumental where that was concerned because of the fact that he knew when we were playing. He showed interest into when we were playing, what times. He sent him and some of the guys, they would have sent messages, just wishing us all the best. And of course, that champion song, Dwayne Bravo's champion song would have been a stalwart within our dressing room as well. So we'd always do little videos doing a champion dance and sending it to them, and they'd do the same, West Indies men. So it really was a good camaraderie between West Indies players.
I hope Dwayne has shared some of the royalties to that song with you girls. It's been a good partnership between Brathwaite and Chase. Closing in on an hour's play this morning. You make your own luck.
Guys, come on, lads, come on. Guys.
Yeah, did try to pull away. Just maneuvered this one. Ruston Chase.
One player that won't be complaining about seeing that is Azhar Ali. If they can see it to the water break, it will be one tick in the box for the West Indies. And they do. So good hour for the West Indies, but still a lot of work to do. Pakistan have battled for that hour as well. Nice fighting stage of Test match cricket. 42 for 2. And we have the Blue Waters drinks break.
And we come to the first drinks break here on day 2. In this first discussion, it may series of the matches. In this first Pakistan. And the match of the first in 4 of 117. The West Indies are from the 42 for the 2. And the wicket, Kraigg Brathwaite on 19. On the chase, 14.
Look at the guys, though. They could take it a picnic. Yeah.
14 overs in the first hour of the day's play. 40 runs scored by the West Indies. No wickets for Pakistan. This is where the West Indies batting stands. Kraigg Brathwaite on 19. Roston Chase on 14. And Pakistan bowling. 5 bowlers used. Only Mohammad Abbas with 2 wickets. West Indies still 175 runs behind. And a reminder that we're in beautiful Jamaica, a Caribbean island nation with lush green mountains, rainforests, and lots of all-inclusive resorts. If you go to Ocho Rios, Montego Bay, Negril, you can enjoy it with your significant other. A place for romance, they say, not only reggae music. Morning to you, Colin Croft.
Good morning, and good morning to everybody around the world. I'm a lovebird too, of course. And this last hour has been excellent for the West Indies. They've gotten no loss. They've survived well. Pakistan used 5 bowlers. What I did notice is I think the pitch is a little bit quicker and a little bit bouncier. And I think that actually is an advantage for the batsman.
Hassan Ali comes into this test match with quite a number of wickets behind him in the last 2 series that Pakistan played. Picked up 26 wickets with his medium pace. Skitty type customer, you would say, Colin Croft.
He has not great pace. He gets the ball to deviate a little bit away from the right-hander. Does a good job. You know, his purpose is to pitch the ball up a good length, good line, allow the batsman to edge into that slip cordon. Pakistan has maintained the 3 slips and the gully. Now they're having maybe a discussion as to if they should change it, because I think they're thinking a man should be at maybe point. But no, they've left the 3 slips.
I guess he's very different to Mohammad Abbas. You will get a few deliveries that you can score off. Might get a little too wide, maybe a little too full, too short as well.
But a good thing about it is that generally Kraigg Brathwaite is not one of those batsmen who would flash a lot. He literally plays straight. Captain is going to have a few things to think about, Babar. He's got good bowlers. He's got 5 of them so far. They haven't had any success, so he's worried.
You've been waxing lyrical about Shaheen Shah Afridi. He only bowled 1 over yesterday, 4 overs today. Your assessment of those 4 overs this morning?
Scale of 1 to 10, 4. Not good. I would have thought he's an attacking bowler. He has to bowl straight to the batsman. The deviation in either way is good, but you have to bowl straight enough for the batsman to play. So when he comes back for his second spell today, I expect a lot of improvement.
Neatly worked through the onside. 2 runs to Kraigg Brathwaite. End of the over, 44 for 2. Chase on strike now to Fahim Ashraf. Went down, didn't fly in the air, didn't produce a chance. Ruston Chase wouldn't mind, he gets 4.
Well, he got 4, but I don't think that he was really confident as to what this ball is going to do. The seam is scrambled, just kept it down well, but it was the outer part of the bat. And there's no one there at that, I suppose you could say, third slip area. There are 2 slips in the gully. He's very wide. So, and there's no third man. So the extra man is used in the offside. Once it goes through that space, is 4.
That previous delivery just playing away from his body, unlike this one where he was fully behind it. Give the bowler a bit of an advantage when you play like that, away from your body, not in full control. He also has to be mindful that despite this partnership for 47 and going into the second hour of the day's play, it's a type of surface that you're never in as a batsman, so you can't drop your guard and drop that intensity in your approach.
Exact point. While you say that, that's exactly why the bowlers have got to be on point. Straight between wickets and wickets, maybe just outside off stump. The ball is not deviating that much. There's a little bit of swing if you are going to leave it out there for a little bit. But you've got to let the batsman play. See, when I used to bowl, I'd be experimental. I'd bowl around the wicket. I'd bowl a bouncer here, a leg break. Try something. You never know. You'll get away with it sometimes.
In your time, you had guys who will consistently score 400 and 500 runs, so you could afford to do that.
I'm not so sure. Clive Lloyd would look at you very... Anyway.
Don't give us all your secrets.
Yeah, but the impatience, I suppose, of a fast bowler sometimes comes into it. These guys are trained to just bowl line and length, allow the batsman to play. I like to experiment. It worked. It doesn't work for everybody.
But I guess the deeper point there is controlled experimentation. You got to try and understand what length and line is your stock delivery going to be. And then, as a bowler, decide on the element of surprise. Whether you go short, whether you go slightly fuller, whether you try to take the ball in or away from the batsman. That's where the skill and the deep thinking comes in.
You talk about stock delivery. I don't even know what mine was. I mean, the truth be told, every ball I ran into bowl of a good length, I try to bowl a leg cutter. Every ball. Nice shot. That's going to probably get to the boundary. Oh, just before the boundary it stops. So they get 3. 5th partnership comes up. Really well done by the West Indies for this session. 51 for 2.
Come on lads, शाबाश कोई बात नहीं एक विकेट आएगी मिल जाएंगे सारे गति मिलेंगे कोई मसला नहीं
The West Indies, they are now 51 for the loss of 2.
50 coming up between these two. Much needed partnership for the West Indies after having lost 2 quick wickets yesterday. Equal contributions as well in terms of runs. Let's just reflect a bit on what the West Indian seamers did on day 1. 41% in that good band, 44% in the full area as well. So that's where the concentration was. Again, a good job by the West Indian bowlers collectively. But let's compare that to Pakistan. 58% in that good length band. So a more concentrated cluster from the Pakistan bowlers.
The thing about the Pakistanis, they're bowling at a good length, but they don't have great pace except Shaheen Shah Afridi. So it should be relatively easier to play as a batsman, coming just onto the front foot. You know, if you're bowling on 125 Ks as opposed to 145 Ks, it's relatively easier to play, even though the pitch is a little bit bouncier and a little bit quicker than it was yesterday.
The other point to add to that is the pitch, whatever moisture that existed on day one has now dissipated. So you would think that it's easier for batting, less lateral movement. Yes, this new ball is getting older every delivery into over number 21. So batting should become easier as you go deeper in the day's play.
I could call quite a few fast bowlers who were glad for a older ball.
Hassan Ali prevails. The partnership has been broken, and it's an important wicket for Pakistan.
Well, that's a terrible, terrible shot, I think, by Chase, because there was no need for this at all. That's just a beach shot. The ball is pitched about off stump, just going outside off stump. There's absolutely no need for that. Look at the face of the bat. It's going to the offside. His body is going to the leg side. Yashir celebrates, as does Pakistan. Chase has gone for 21. It's 51 for 3.
Balance of power shifting on day two. West Indies would have been dominant with that 50-run partnership. And then this happened.
Yeah, look at the body. I mean, he's lucky to get an edge at all. Good catch by the wicketkeeper, Rizwan. He's going on as the Silver did yesterday. Very good catch, going to his right. But the batsman is in no position at all to play the shot he's trying to do. Hassan Ali resumes himself because he knows he's gotten the breakthrough that his team wants, of course. As a batsman, you get out like that when you go to the dressing room. Exactly what do you do?
Yeah, there are a couple things about that dismissal. Again, when you're out in the middle for a little time, you think that the time should equate to runs. Roshan Chase might have felt that he was quite settled in these conditions. The other thing, that front foot was pointing down the ground as against going towards the line of the ball. So it was a case of only arms going at the ball, which is always risky. Testing delivery for Jermaine Blackwood quite early in his innings. Wicket maiden for Pakistan, 51 for 3.
That's middle.
Work for Jermaine Blackwood. Kraigg Brathwaite, the captain, standing tall in the innings so far, 21 from 66. Hassan Ali just tilting things in favor of Pakistan with that last wicket of Roshan Chase. leading wicket taker now for his second spell today.
Immediately on the spot and bowling from the northern end here, the Courtney Walsh end. He's going to be bowling with the wind quartering from the offside, bring the ball back into the right-handed batsman. There's a wind coming from about the southeast. So he's going to enjoy the ball coming back in. Now, if he gets a little bit of movement off the pitch towards the slip, that's the kind of delivery that he would be very proud of. Remember, this guy bowls straight. Absolutely perfect line. He started at the southern end and got those 2 wickets yesterday. But he's like a metronome, just coming in straight in, line and length, off stump, maybe just outside off stump. Had a few like those before. Glenn McGrath, Curtly Ambrose, a few more.
You mentioned ends. On the first day, we saw 12 wickets going down. 1 was a run out. But in terms of how these wickets were shared across ends, 6 wickets fell. Bowling from the Michael Holding end, I beg your pardon. 5 from the Courtney Walsh end.
Well, between the two of them, they've got about 1,000 wickets or something. So, so they're always successful.
Comfortable single in the end. Accurate throw from Shaheen Shah Afridi. I did mention that he is engaged to Shahid Afridi's daughter, not sister, correction.
So there will be no change of a last name. He always seems to be a happy cricketer, though. He seems to have a good time. Of course, he's a professional cricketer. He wants to win. He wants to be successful. He always seems to be having a good time on the field. Blackwood just comes to the crease, and that last forward defensive, maybe half forward defensive around the pad. He's facing a bowler who does not really deviate that much from bowling on the off stump. So when you bring the bat around the pad, and you find yourself sometimes in a little bit of a tangle.
Just 1 run from the over, 52 for 3.
Come on, Sonny.
Another testing delivery from Hassan Ali, just moving away from the right-handed Brathwaite.
I think Pakistan have upped their game in this second hour of the second day. They're pitching the ball now, and there's a little bit more movement. That's a nice leg cutter. Very few batsmen want to face bowlers who could do that regularly. I think that one was just a little bit short, but Hassan Ali's had one success this morning.
He's slightly quicker than Mohammad Abbas, so as a batsman, you got to prepare yourself a little bit quicker when facing him. Produces a different challenge, and he's quite aggressive in his outlook as a fast bowler. Colin Croft, you'd know about that. Not afraid to bowl the short ball to keep you in check as a batsman.
Good timing. That's probably going to get away to the boundary. That's really, really good timing by Kraigg Brathwaite. He probably would be very pleased with that. I think that would have been the best shot this morning, because he didn't really seem to put a lot of energy into that, which means it hit the middle of the bat. The timing absolutely perfect. Bowlers don't like this because it goes just to the left of the bowler. Couldn't stop it. There's so much pace. Look at that timing and hitting. Perfect.
A couple of good things about that shot. He waited on it and then tried to overhit it. Covered the line of the ball as well.
But you talk about aggression. I have been here now for 3 sessions yesterday and half of a session today. I've seen no bounces at all. It is a no ball. Third umpire upstairs did that.
Hassan Ali just extending himself to bowl short. Overstepping. Luckily for Kraigg Brathwaite, he didn't get an outside edge.
Was there something in the water they had at the break? Because this is the first fall shot he's played all day. The guy is bowling leg cutters. It's pitched outside off stump. Now the only way that's going to go is towards first slip. That's really well bowled. But Kraigg Brathwaite had to reach to get to that one.
This time he checks the stroke and just goes defensively. A blunder in the field allows for the single. Frustration shown by Hassan Ali, and quite rightly so.
Yeah, that single allowed the pressure to be taken off of Kraigg Brathwaite. He's played and missed. Okay, he hit a good 4, but then he played and missed, and Hassan Ali's maybe just trying to work him out. Just trying to make sure that he goes a little wider, then he plays one towards the slip. But for him to then allow the Swissman to give a run, he'd be upset.
Off the mark, Jermaine Blackwood. $60 for 3.
Overboard.
23 overs bowled in this innings by Pakistan, just 3 wickets. We've only seen 1 over from Yasir Shah. This innings centered on the seamers for Pakistan. Beautiful from Kraigg Brathwaite. Another boundary in the V's.
And he would have enjoyed this one because this one was pitched up a little bit more by Mohammad Abbas. Maybe not as quickly. So he just came forward, caressed it more than hit it. Again, bowlers don't like that the ball passing right back past them just to the left. But the timing here again has been excellent. That's a good comeback for Brathwaite after the shot of the last over. So the focus might just be back. The focus is definitely back. That one was a little bit wider by Muhammad Abbas. And doing the right thing, just trying to tempt the batsman to go towards the slip. It's important for the West Indies, for Kraigg Brathwaite to be at the crease. He's the captain, he could be the inspiration, and his presence at the crease, regardless of what happens at the other end, batsmen coming in or not, they should be impressed by his presence.
In 4 innings against South Africa, he only mustered 28 runs already in this innings, going past that total, 31 so far for Kraigg Brathwaite.
And that's exactly the point I'm making. If he's the captain and the opening batsman, he has a double duty. He has to inspire his team, and he's got to make runs at the top of the innings.
Kraigg Brathwaite looking quite fluent at the crease. He's worked really hard to get into the 30s. He has a start and has the attitude of placing a high value on his wicket.
Would he be playing every hour, every session as a batsman? You know, you take a break at the 1 hour session and then you take a break at lunch.
Brathwaite will have his own approach and style towards batting for long periods. He's built his reputation on that at the first class level, so he's got strong powers of concentration. I'm sure he finds a way to switch off, maybe at the non-striker's end. But there is a Kraigg Brathwaite's method towards batting for long periods in Test match cricket.
Well, look at those eyes. He was visualizing the pitch this morning.
.65 for 3.
Quick single taken. Always important to keep the scoreboard ticking over in the West Indies. And Kraigg Brathwaite always been very obdurate as a batsman and resolute. Jermaine Blackwood new to the crease, playing at home at Sabina Park, so very familiar with the conditions here. Average of 43 in Test match cricket at this venue. 3 half centuries in this part of the world, in his neck of the woods for Jermaine Blackwood. So that record and that memory should boost his confidence. Not the best of series in the last few series for the West Indies, but he is the vice captain. So captain and vice captain out in the middle. Hello again, Stacey and King.
Hello, Sammy. And he would have scored 62 in that best versus best game, Jermaine Blackwood. So some familiarity of, again, this Sabina Park.
Hassan Ali has been steaming in, has been attacking the crease. Something that you'll always get from him is 100% effort. One of those fighters is getting some movement, some angle from his trajectory. Seems to be fired up. Goes for a thickish outside edge. No third man, so will get the boundary. Not in the direction that he'd have wanted, but typical of Jermaine Blackwood.
Yeah, slashing hard at this one, Jermaine Blackwood. Not fully in control, but just gets away from that slip region. And he gets 4 runs.
Does have his unique style of batting in Test match cricket, Jermaine Blackwood. A risk reward. Quick single. And gets there in the end, and some people have criticized his approach. And let's see how he goes in this one. A bye to end the over. 71 for 3. Second day's play in the first Test match here in Jamaica. West Indies won the toss if you just tuning in yesterday, and they inserted Pakistan, shut them out for 217, and in reply now at 71 for 3 this morning. For the most part, they would have been very good up until that injudicious stroke from Ruston Chase that brought about his demise. Very patient, watchful, cautious, as you'd expect in Test match cricket, led by this man, of course.
It's also been good bowling by Pakistan. Not being rewarded as much as they would like to after that start yesterday afternoon. 2 for 2. Mohamed Abbas leading that wicket column. But it's been good from Pakistan. They've bowled tidy lines, they've bowled questionable lengths.
Just a stifle shot from behind the wicket, height, going on the leg side as well. Let's see quite a number of appeals yesterday, and the decision review system coming into play quite a lot. No real question here from the fielders. And the Pakistani bowlers will know that Jermaine Blackwood will go after the ball if it's full, if it's close to him. So they'll be very cognizant of that. They know that they'll want to work on creating pressure against him in the hopes of him playing a rash shot and injudicious stroke. So it's all about being patient against him and not being too full where he can go over the top, types of deliveries that he likes to score off. So that back of a length. Have him playing some defensive shots because they know in the back of their minds that doesn't have the same powers of concentration like the man on the other end, Kraigg Brathwaite. Can score quickly. That's for sure. But at this stage, a partnership is needed and batting time in Test match cricket. Did have an excellent series against New Zealand towards the end of 2020. 71 for 3.
Change of bowler, left arm over.
I'm just mentioning that series against New Zealand for Jermaine Blackwood. He scored 216 runs and averaged 54 in some challenging conditions. Shaheen Shah Afridi back into the attack, and a good opportunity to wish you, Stacey and King, as a fellow left-hander, happy Left-Handers Day.
Thank you very much, Azami. And to all other Southpaws, happy Left-Handers Day to you.
First time Shaheen Shah Afridi will be bowling from the Michael Holding end in this Test match. A gentle breeze blowing across the ground from left to right. Maybe he'll utilize that as well as that angle across the left-handed Kraigg Brathwaite. Those three fielders in the slip along with the gully in position, waiting to grasp anything that comes their way.
And as a left-hander, that's exactly the areas in which you want to bowl. Just angling it across those right-handed batters. But that eventual nip back into their legs and into those stumps is, you know, the areas he'll be looking to bowl.
Side screen out of the way, so we're using the white wall at the back. There we talk about that movement, that angle across might just have dropped short off the wicketkeeper, Mohammad Rizwan. Seemed to have been an edge. Shaheen Shah was convinced of it. It's just whether or not it touched the ground, which I think it did. Let's have a closer look.
Yeah, this is beautiful. It did get an edge. It just dropped in front of the keeper.
And our fellow commentator Colin Croft has been bemoaning that fact since yesterday. The wicketkeeper, the fielders in that slip position are way too far, way too deep. Again, very evident. And against players like Kraigg Brathwaite, in particular, I made mention of it a little bit earlier, players who play with soft hands, you want to give yourself a step or two closer towards the stump because of those edges. that will tend to drop short. And that has to be led by the wicketkeeper, of course, Mohammad Rizwan in this instant. Loves to score in that region. Just clipped away. Gets himself another couple, Kraigg Brathwaite. So he'll grind you down, he'll wear you down and wait for you to bowl in his areas. 83 deliveries he's faced already. Has that propensity to occupy the crease for long periods, as we've discussed time and time again. Just about 14 minutes away from that lunch on interval. Kraigg Brathwaite would have batted an entire session if he gets there. West Indies, if these two remain, would have lost only the solitary wicket, which was a good effort.
And they'll be quite pleased with this session going into lunch, West Indies. It's been quite pleasing, just being able to stick around and give themselves some time at the crease, which is what they've neglected to do previously on many occasions. So this is good work.
Comfortably negotiated by Kraigg Brathwaite, 73 for 3. Of course, no spectators in due to the pandemic at Sabina Park, but still lots of entertainment being provided and beamed across the world. Again, typical Jermaine Blackwood style, gets a boundary. Another one, not totally in control, but this is the way he plays.
He likes to play his shots, as mentioned previously, Jermaine Blackwood. Not being fully in control, but just beats that feeler on that ring in a circle, getting him 4 runs.
I guess it all boils down to shot selection, decision making, and waiting for that delivery that you can pounce on for Jermaine Blackwood, and being patient and waiting for it, or for them rather. And that has been the area of concern for him, the shot selection. Just loves to play over the top, hits the ball in the air quite a lot.
Which may not be a bad strategy, Sammy. The fielders in that circle, 3 slips and a gully. But again, it comes down to which balls and shot selections, and which balls that you want to go at. And is it necessary at the time?
And he has that responsibility of being a leader, one of the batting leaders in the team. I spoke to him yesterday before the start of play. He understands and accepts that responsibility. Top edge goes away. Another boundary for Jermaine Blackwood again. Not in control. Just might want to have a look as to see whether it is in fact a 6 or a 4. No one seemed to have seen exactly where that ball flew. It went directly over the wicketkeeper's head towards the side screen. So unintentional, but he'll take them, Jermaine Blackwood. Let's just see if it's a 6 or a 4. Yeah, comfortably a 4. So another 4 for Jermaine Blackwood. 2 4s in the over so far. Confirmation of that. And 3 4s in innings so far. 3 4s in an innings of 14 from Jermaine Blackwood. Another player miss in this test match. 81 for 3 to West Indies.
A good partnership again on the rise for West Indies. Partnership of 30. And Blackwood really getting it on just before that lunch break interval.
Shaheen Shah Afridi continues. Good judgment. Well left from Kraigg Brathwaite. Left it on length. Also the line. Just about 7 minutes away from lunch, so he'll know that that will be at the back of his mind just to get there with no further loss. Some aggression from Shaheen Shah. Very open stance, Kraigg Brathwaite, for the left-handed Shaheen Shah Afridi, who's bowling over the wicket. Would have already seen in this test match a very unusual stance from Fawad Alam. And that has brought him tremendous success in test match cricket of late. A half-century for him in the first innings. Not as unorthodox, but very open in that stance to access the ball, to have a good sight of it. Most importantly, his head is very still.
It just gets into position very early. But his eyes are always on that point of delivery.
So what he's trying to do, he's trying to shape that ball back into Kraigg Brathwaite. If he can get it going across him, he has those slips in position. But if that one can shape back in, And hit him on that front pad. Chance for LBW. And that's what's at the back of his mind, Shaheen Shah.
It's a variation that, as a left-hander, he will present. Execution will be important. Just to try and outfox Brathwaite into playing across, expecting those deliveries to go across him, and then surprise him with that one nipping back into his stumps.
It's all about setting up that wicket-taking delivery. Maiden over, 81 for 3. Might just be the last over before the lunch on interval. And Mohammad Abbas will be bowling it. We haven't seen Yasser Shah in this first session, the leg spinner. I'm sure we'll see him sometime later. 8 wickets the last time he played at this venue. And of course, in that series we mentioned before, 25 wickets for him. So he'll have a role to play, that's for sure, during this first innings and during the course of this test match, leading into the second one as well. So the final over before lunch, Stacey and King, Jermaine Blackwood will have to negotiate this.
And Mohammad Abbas picked up just 2 wickets in yesterday evening's session. Hasn't been successful thus far in this morning period, but still searching. Blackwood and Brathwaite, captain and vice-captain, will try to negotiate these 5 balls before lunch.
But they were doing some gardening just prior to that last delivery, just to ensure that this is in fact the last over. So being smart about it. Just coming down to have maybe a quick chat, just encouraging Jermaine Blackwood and letting him know just 4 more deliveries before lunch himself. Taking some time, Kraigg Brathwaite. Cricket smarts. Bassini still trailed by 136, so lots of work to be done by these two and the batsmen to come to first of all get to that target of 217 set by Pakistan. Some seam movement again from Mohammad Abbas inward sharply. But that will be their first target, to get to 217 and then perhaps push on for much more and set this game up in days 3, 4 and 5. And for Pakistan, they'll try to dismiss the West Indies and get as much of a lead as they can. So much cricket to be played. Excellent take by Mohammad Rizwan. We've seen quite a few of those going away off the thigh pad for 4.
Yeah, diving across for his left. Mohammad Rizwan. Very athletically done.
Well, he negotiates it comfortably. Jermaine Blackwood, another maiden. Still 81 for 3 after 30 overs. It is lunchtime here on day 2 in the first test match. The West Indies losing a solitary wicket of Ruston Chase, who up until that point was playing superbly. Kraigg Brathwaite remains resolute for the West Indies. 26 overs in this session. Just the 1 wicket. 79 runs for the West Indies. So they came into today's play 2 for 2, and at lunch 81 for 3. I'm sure they'll be pleased with that effort.
Good afternoon, Bish. Yes, I think that we're going to have a good session here. Things are going to happen. The West Indies are not totally in control. Pakistan are trying, and they did a good job in that first session of at least keeping the runs down. The West Indies have not controlled the first session the way they would have liked. So I think they just lost 1 wicket, and that's good. But I think Pakistan are going to come back here trying to get a few wickets, because the 217 is not a big score, but I think Pakistan are looking for a lead, maybe a 50. Even if the West Indies could be bowled out for 200, Pakistan would be very pleased. On the other hand, the West Indies would like to get a lead of at least 50 to 100.
Jermaine Blackwood, well, I just did say at lunchtime that we would lead to a piece about things he didn't even know about himself. I'm sure he didn't know that Romario Shepherd and Jason Holder would be talking instead of his piece, which we will see at tea time, so don't miss it. We're just keeping you on the edge of your seats here at Sabina. Short mid-off fielder in the eye line of Brathwaite. The one thing I would say about Hassan Ali is maybe a couple more deliveries towards the front edge of a good length, because he's a guy that can shape the ball either way. Not that the short ball is anything to just smirk at. Skillful bowler, and Brathwaite has gone well in that first session.
Yeah, I think that you're correct, because what I like about Hassan Ali is that he gets the ball to shift away to the slip. He's got 3 of them waiting.
Got a touch straight. And if you know a lot of batsmen, Colin, you would have come through. Did you play with Larry Gomes? One of those batsmen who knows where his strong area is, into his feet, and he just waits and drinks on it, like Brathwaite.
Of course, Larry Gomes is one of my better friends. We were roommates in those days. You had a roommate? Yes, I made 100 against Guyana once. I got him out eventually.
Very good from Hassan Ali. It's a nice brisk run. He doesn't have a high leap into his gather. He can be flat through the crease, but that's a strength of his skiddy bowler.
A little bit wide there, though, I think, for Brathwaite. Maybe he's just getting his after-lunch eyes in. But this is the kind of bowler who, if he could keep a line and length, he's got the man at short mid-off. And that man at short mid-off, I think he's expecting that he's going to have to pitch the ball up a little bit closer to the batsman. The extra cover is also not deep.
He goes through the crease quite nicely and quickly. And one thing you have to be aware of him is that he's a skillful bowler who can reverse swing the ball. Not that I'm saying reverse swing is available here with all the grass. Very good at reverse swing as well. But just stock length is just a touch to the back end of the good length.
He's got those slip men, the three of them, a man at gully, but he's also probably going to try to induce a drive because he's got that man now. He's even come maybe 2 feet forward. He's gone back because he's at short mid-off, and then the extra cover is also not that deep. With that kind of field, I would even experiment with pitching the ball over pitched and see if the batsman will just be enticed to drive a little bit wide. A half volley even.
Change of length. I wonder if we'll see Yazzie Shah. 83 for 3. We will get a Shah, but it's not Yasir Shah, it's Shaheen for the opportunity to start with Hassan after lunch. Little bit of in swing.
But he's got to bowl well in their second spell because this morning he did not bowl well, Shaim Shah. Afridi, his first delivery exactly where he wants. The ball is going to come back into the right-hander because of the seam. He's left-handed. At least his line is good. Not great pace yet. But that's a great improvement for this morning's activity from this fast bowler. Not sure I understand the field though. He's got 3 slips, a gully, cover point, mid-off. That's normal. Mid-on, and then he's got a man a deep backward square leg. Now, I know he's bowling to Jermaine Blackwood, who is a little bit more aggressive than Kraigg Brathwaite, but why would he be trying to pull or hook down there? I would bring that man closer to the umpire. There he is. Deep, deep, deep into the country. He's a far way away. Now, for Jermaine Blackwood to pull Shaim Shah Freddy down there, there will be a magnificent shot. Forget about if he catches it.
Important runs for Blackwood and the West Indies.
Yes, not all too convincing at all by Blackwood. I think as one came back, maybe kept a little bit low. Outside edge, through where 4 slip would have been. Where probably that man down at the backward square leg boundary could have been more useful. But Freedy would be very pleased with that. He got 4, but at least he allowed the batsman to edge through the slip area.
Good batting.
The pitch has improved appreciably from yesterday. It's a little bit more bounce, a little bit more pace. The batsmen coming forward with a little bit more confidence. I think the bowlers recognize that they're going to have to work a little bit harder. But this is why Test cricket is the top of the game.
Oh.
88 for 3. The rain has stayed away so far, which is great for the game. Cool conditions, though a bit humid.
That's middle. Middle. Thank you.
Also a nice breeze coming across from the east-southeast. Very nice, about 15 or so kilometers per hour. Interesting, this pitch. This is not the pitch that you and I would have played on, Bish. When we were playing, this is a little bit difficult, a little bit different.
Yes, and fans in Pakistan or around the globe might not old enough to remember. Michael Hilton is I suppose, the new head man here, and what he has managed to do with a different soil is to leave a lot more grass over the last few years. Colin already mentioned at the beginning of this test match that back in the day, there was no grass at all on the surface. I saw a shot of Michael there. And you turned up on the first morning of a test match, and you could almost see your reflection in the surface because of a sheen that was rolled in with some dampness, says Michael. Different surface now.
Those days it was fast and furious. Now, this is a difficult pitch for the batsman, I think. The bowlers might get away with it. If the ball a little bit short, it might just not bounce. But I think this is more of a pitch where the batsman has to focus at all times. Batting here is a little bit more difficult, I think, than when, say 30 years ago.
What I will say, and of course, when you played here in '77 in a test match for the first time, by the time I came along, I first played here in 1988. What used to happen was that cracks, because there was no grass holding the surface together, by day 2 into day 3, there used to be a whole platelet of cracks all across the surface. It used to be like a tiled floor. Wide of the crease. And what used to happen then, Colin, I had a wicketkeeper called David Williams, for example. And when the ball hit those cracks at the back end of a test match, it used to roll along the ground. It never used to bounce to the keeper. So when I hear the guy saying, stand up, and you've talked about standing in an appropriate position to catch the ball, it's challenging here. Less so now, because you never knew back then which one would carry to you and which one would then roll along the ground. I used to feel sorry for David. He'd be hit on the neck, he'd be hit on the shoulder, he'd be hit on the knee. Tears, on the brink of tears. It was difficult.
But that came with a job. You gotta expect those kinds of things. You look at all the wicket keepers I've had: David Murray, Derek Murray, and Jeffrey Dujon. Well, this is no ball, so it's going to have to get that one over. I think he's running in a little bit quicker. This is not the first time he's done this today. He's pushing a little bit harder to get on the same pitch that we're talking about. And they all had broken fingers. I mean, they were all very good wicket keepers, David Murray, Derek Murray, and Jeffrey Dujon, but they all had really badly damaged fingers because they primarily was You know, they were keeping two faster bowlers. Derek Murray did have Lance Gibbs, Gary Sobers, and David Halford as spinners, generally.
You know that he's now the High Commissioner to Jamaica for Trinidad and Tobago, Derek Murray. Good morning to you, Derek. If you're listening, 89 for 3. Necessity is the mother of invention. The roller isn't working on the side screen, so Michael Hilton in the t-shirt has covered it.
This is the Caribbean. You know we are very, very inventive. That's excellent work. The Pakistanis have made the change. Babar Azam has brought the man from backward square leg now into an orthodox mid-wicket. That's much, much more useful. There's no way Blackwood is going to hit that ball down to backward square leg. I think Shaheen is a little bit disappointed though because everything is just shaping down the leg side. And with that primarily offside field, he wants the ball to be starting outside of the off stump, swinging back into the off stump of the right-hander.
You can see that there is some appreciable movement. Another no ball.
Yes, there's been no rhythm from Shaheen Shah Afridi. The line has been bad, and now he's trying to put a little bit more effort. He's 21 years old. Now he's going to go around the wicket. It's a little bit confused, I think. He's just trying to get it right. I suppose we all were a little bit impatient when we were 21.
Not out is the decision on field.
10 seconds. 8.
Babar's thinking about it. And they go for it.
Third umpire, the television director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked and established it's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on spin vision, please? Yeah, the ball is both very close to the batting pad. I'm going to need ultra edge to confirm, James, if there's any bat involved. Just waiting on ultra edge, Joe. Still waiting on ultra edge. Ultra edge coming up. The ball passes under the bat. There's a flat line on ultra edge. There's no bat involved. James, can you move on to ball tracking, please? Ball tracking coming up, Joel. Pitching in line. Impact umpires call wickets missing. James, can you go back on field to Joel? Joel, stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen now.
Good decision by the umpire. Important to remember that local umpires across the globe are only being utilized because of the pandemic and the limitations of travel since March last year. When the pandemic came in and the West Indies then went to England and New Zealand, Pakistan went to the UK. So, Colin, we fully understand why domestic umpires from the panel are being used in series. But it's important for young folks in Pakistan, young folks to remember that former captain, now Prime Minister Imran Khan, was instrumental back in the late 80s, early 90s into instituting neutral umpires into Test match cricket because he felt that Pakistan were getting a bad rap from visiting teams with regards to decision making from the local umpires. So great credit to Imran Khan. Great credit to Shaheen Afridi for drawing a foul shot.
Yes, I remember there was a big hoobaloo between Pakistan and I think it might have been England in a series that really had a whole big set of noise. And so that series, Pakistan versus England, shook the whole world up, and I think that's when things started happening. I think it's a good thing because I really believe the umpires are just as professional, you know, and it takes away all of the doubt whatsoever. Of course, we couldn't do it now because of the pandemic.
Come back and build on that in a little while. 90 for 3.
Is Mike Gatting?
Hassan Ali with a deep square leg for Jermaine Blackwood, but I wonder if he'll go a touch fuller in this over. Because there is appreciable movement. Just feel that he can occasionally push the ball up in a similar manner to the way he got Ruston Chase, and even a little bit straighter occasionally.
Again, the man down at backward square leg. I would actually take that man and bring him at fourth slip. At least give him a chance to get a wicket. Pitch the ball up. He's chipping the ball away from the right-hander. He's got a mid-on who could come along to his right to mid-wicket, and he's got a fine leg.
If you missed it this morning, Ruston Chase, the only wicket to fall to Hassan Ali. Don't look at the wicket in isolation. There's a build-up to it of length, 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 and then pushing it up. And Hassan is a swing bowler generally, so he needs to be about the 5-meter area, giving the ball more time to swing. Nice Chase. Occasionally he can pull his length back because Blackwood does have a little flirt to the back of a length delivery outside off stump.
Mohammad Rizwan took a very good catch then, but he was coming forward again.
Fuller. Yeah, I just want to revisit that whole umpiring thing, Colin, and for young viewers out of Pakistan. I think there was a sort of stigma. For example, Javed Miandad was only given out after 34 LBW, given out LBW after 34 test matches at home. But Osman Samiuddin, who's an excellent writer, wrote on that topic about its unfairness. Osman actually wrote that, okay, let's say 6% or 9% of the times Javed was given out LBW in Pakistan versus, 20-odd% away from home. But there were others, Alan Border, Desmond Haynes, who were only given out LBW, let's say 7 or 8% at home and 20-odd% away. So there was a perception that Osman says was wrong. And Imran wanted to eradicate what if it was a false perception and lobbied hard and got neutral umpires going. Brilliant.
And then you add to that, Vish, in the Caribbean here, we've had a couple of, should we say, small riots because of bad decisions by the crowd's perception about home umpires. So I think you're right. This business of a neutral umpire is a good thing.
And technology, these guys work hard to try to make careers for themselves. They work really hard. They're human. They're prone to error. But technology is the buffer. And a great buffer technology is in getting the correct decision mostly. 90 for 3. Still no Yazzie Shah. He's got Kraigg Brathwaite 5 times in 7 matches. Shaheen Afridi again. Brathwaite's driving today has been imperious. He's not a strong player, but his driving has found good touch today.
Shaheen Shah Afridi is bowling around the wicket, but this one was a half volley. And all any batsman worth his salt will do is just come forward, hit it with the middle of the bat, caress it through a wideish mid-off, and that's 4. The ball is a little bit impatient, but that's the advantage to the batsman. And Kraigg Brathwaite is a very patient batsman. He knows exactly where he is.
You mentioned Colin Shaheen is 21 years old. He played 2 World Cups ago under 19. He is learning his trade. 21 years old. He's bound to be impatient. Stick with him. Give him time. I made the same comment about Hassan Ali here in 2017. Give him time. Let him go through his hills and valleys. He's got pace, which is an asset. Left-handed, and he can swing the ball. The backward squares dropped out just a couple yards deeper.
A little bit of a confusion there. I think the batsman was waiting, German Blackwood, because there might have been a little bit of chatter out of the slips. Blackwood here trying something that has been tried this morning successfully by Ruston Chase, just trying to drive outside the off stump with the feet nowhere close to the ball. Luckily for him, he didn't hit it to the slip.
Does he look to bring it back now? Want to look back 2 balls ago. I want to see the seam position. Yeah, definitely towards slip from round the wicket. We've talked about the modern bowlers, Kemar Roach, for example, who does it well. Right-handed from round the wicket. Then change the seam angle, look to complement it and bring it back. Brought it back 2 straight. Learning his trade, Shaheen.
Mohammad Rizwan doing another excellent job behind there again. Shaheen Shah Afridi probably trying a little bit too hard here. I know that he wants a wicket. He wants it for himself, for his captain, and for Pakistan. But I think he's trying a little bit too hard.
Always been asked, what does that mean? 95 for 3. Humidity is very high, but a pitch that is still offering something. No sign of spin yet. I don't think that'll be too far away.
You ask about trying too hard. I don't know. I did so many exams for aviation, and you study, and all you need is 70% to pass. But the day of the exam, you're still studying. Now, I don't know if they call that trying too hard. You're trying to pass, and that's what he's trying to do as a bowler. He's trying to get a wicket.
I think when they refer to it at no ball again. And of course, as my senior, I have a high regard for you. But I'll just simplify it and say this could be a result of running in too hard as well and putting a lot of effort in and really losing your natural rhythm. Better length. So if we can look at Hassan Ali and look at his action. Now, I mentioned that it's a bustling run. It's very low through his gather. And critical and unique to him is that his front leg collapses because he runs through the crease. Doesn't have the braced front leg as some of the other bowlers, but it's a high enough release point. And the palm of the hand, look at that. The palm of the hand towards the target, which facilitates a nice seam-up position.
Reference to Pakistan and West Indies, my first test match. We're doing very well. Now look at that. I like the hand. I actually like the delivery hand. It's straight up. The ball is coming out of the fingers nicely.
Nice head position too.
Yes, he's looking where he thinks the ball is going to go towards the second slip.
A lot of things unique to every bowler. Colin, we should see, as Isha mentioned before, our analyst has mentioned he's gotten Brathwaite 5 times in 7 test matches.
I don't know, maybe both captains here don't like the spinners anymore. The West Indies had, 8 overs from Royston Chase, 1 from Joel Warrican. And so far, Ashish Shaw.
Sometimes just loses his shape just a little bit on those drives, Jermaine Blackwood. It's a good partnership. It's another good partnership to follow the 50 between Chase and Brathwaite, 49 now between Blackwood and Brathwaite. And the 100 comes up with that shot.
So yeah, this is a repair partnership. And the West Indies with 100 for 3. They'd be looking for at least another 150. Well, Yashir Shaw only bowled 1 over yesterday.
I think both captains, especially yesterday, the West Indies saw a seamers pitch where the seamers, you couldn't complain about 217 yesterday. Saw Chase bowl a bit. I think today we should see more of Yasir, but we must credit Brathwaite and 43. Batting all through the morning session, into the second session, from yesterday as well. The West Indies captain who's been under the microscope for lack of runs on a challenging pitch so far. I've put the kiss of death on him. He's played well. Well, bowled well played, Kraigg Brathwaite. 100 for 3.
Brathwaite on 43, Blackwood 22. Yet again, he gets out in this region. Hits the ball uppishly to mid-on. Mohamed Abbas makes no mistake. And another good partnership is broken.
And not what he would have wanted out of this shot, Jermaine Blackwood. But yeah, his aggressive intent gets him out. Blackwood has to go for 22. West Indies 100 for 4.
Kalmeers, a double century in Test match cricket in a match-winning affair against Bangladesh. Match with 2 half centuries, both against Sri Lanka. And he's here because of this. Blackwood looking to go straight down the ground, just connecting off the inner half of the bat and spooning a chance to Mohamed Abbas. Pouches it safely. Shaheen Shah Afridi finally opens his account in terms of wickets. Goes back over the wicket for the left-handed Mares.
He's been searching for that first wicket, Shaheen Shah Afridi, and finally gets it. This is good work by him.
Loud appeal, and the dreaded finger goes up. Joel Wilson agrees with Shaheen Shah Afridi.
10 seconds.
Kalmeers will communicate with his captain. Might just go for the review or not. Too late now. So wicket number 5 for Pakistan. That's a double strike for them.
Yeah, we've seen this previously. Mohamed Abbas taking 2 wickets, double wickets in his over. And again, Shaheen Shah Afridi strikes in this over. Getting Kyle Mayers. He has to go without scoring. West Indies 100 for 5.
स्लिप आ जाएगी इसको एक नहीं आजा आजा तू
Jason Holder has the task of preventing a hat-trick. We saw in this West Indies home series, Keshav Maharaj getting a hat-trick when South Africa played against the West Indies. Second wicket to fall, perfect length, and the angle just enough to beat the bat of Kyle Mayers. So only 5 Pakistanis to achieve hat-tricks in Test match cricket. Will Shaheen Shah Afridi be the 6th? He's no stranger to this. In 2020, when playing in the T20 Blast, got 4 from 4. And that was when he played for Hampshire against Middlesex, so we'll have to wait and see. 4 slips in a gully, 3 fielders catching on the onside, and a short mid-off. Here we go. Hat-trick ball. Avoided by Jason Holder.
This is the fall of the 2 wickets. Jermaine Blackwood driving. And then Kyle Mayers strapped on the crease. And go on LBW.
And I said again when I called the dismissal of Jermaine Blackwood, because it was the 9th time that he's been dismissed in that mid-on, mid-off region. Loud appeal once again, and the finger goes up. Was there bat on that one from Jason Holder? We'll have to wait and see, but doesn't look too good for the West Indies. And he goes for the review.
Joel, review for LBW. Third umpire to television director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've already checked the front foot and established it's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on spin vision, please? Ball appears very close to both bat and pad. James, I'm going to need Ultra Edge to confirm if any bat involved. Ultra Edge coming up. There's a flat line. Gap between bat and ball. There is no bat involved. Can you move on to ball tracking, please? Ball tracking coming up. Pitching outside leg. Can you go back on field to Joel? Joe, I'm going to ask you to overturn your decision to not out. You're on screen now.
Wonders of technology, as was seen. That ball pitching outside the line of the leg stump. Saving grace for Jason Holder.
Yeah, but this is just good bowling from Shaheen Shah Afridi. It's really attacking the stumps of these West Indies batters. A bit of disappointment for him. But he is going to come back again in this over. Still has 2 balls to go.
All of a sudden, the nature of this innings has changed. 2 quick wickets and pressure onto the West Indian batsmen. Be interesting to see the previous delivery and what ball tracking would have shown, whether the ball would have gone on to hit the stumps. Another testing delivery by Shine Shah Afridi to Jason Holder. 2 wickets and a maiden. 100 for 5. Three noughts in the innings for the West Indies. Again, reinforces how important it is for Kraigg Brathwaite to continue this resilience that we've seen from him. 43 from 115. Just 1 over from Yasir Shah so far, which is quite surprising considering the success that he's had against Kraigg Brathwaite and the West Indies in general.
Yeah, Baba Azam just sticking a while longer with his pacers. And they've both brought rewards.
Yeah, at some point in time, we will see this man on screen.
Yeah, I'm sure he's just eager and waiting for his opportunity.
There was a close shout to Jason Holder. The ball pitched outside the line of the leg stump. But did it go on to hit the stumps? Yes. So if the line was a bit straighter, we would not have seen Jason Holder longer out in the middle.
It would have been umpire's call, and that original decision was out.
Just teasing Kraigg Brathwaite outside the line of the off stump. We've seen him play and miss couple times.
True wickets falling so far for Hassan Ali getting 1 and Shahid Shah Afridi picking up 2 in the previous over. It's really been exceptional bowling from Pakistan.
Sweetly time. Kraigg Brathwaite works it away through the onside. That sort of delivery will just fuel his vigil out in the middle. That's where he scores with great ease. That could have been out. Had there been a direct hit, Jason Holder would have been gone. Saw the importance of fielding when the West Indies bowl. The run out by Roston Chase just shifted things in favor of the West Indies, prompted an implosion, so to speak. 5 wickets falling for 31 runs. Another good over from Pakistan, 102 for 5. Shah Afridi to continue, creating much more problems now. He looks in really good rhythm.
Jason Holder is quite capable. Has an average of 43 against Pakistan.
Two former West Indies under-19 captains at the crease. Jason Holder, Kraigg Brathwaite. And Cricket West Indies has invested a lot in their young under-19 players, now dubbed under-19 Rising Stars. At the moment, Cricket West Indies is hosting the Rising Stars under-19 trial series in Antigua, which is unfolding in this month of August. 56 of the best teenagers in the Caribbean playing a series of 8 matches. Teams named Red Dragons, Blue Dolphins, Yellow Flamingos, Green Pitons. I had a chance to look at a few of these matches. And if you want to catch the action as well, you go to the West Indies YouTube channel. Today's match from Coolidge. The Flamingos are taking on the Pitons. And it's all in preparation for next year's Under-19 World Cup to be hosted in the Caribbean. I understand a squad of 18 players, young players from the West Indies, will be chosen after the series in Antigua for a tour to England next month. Well watched by Jason Holder. And there were some standouts, I'm sure, as he is a standout, Fabian Allen. This is what is going to happen on that tour of England. 3 games at Beckenham, 3 at Canterbury. And as mentioned, Anderson Armadan of Nevis getting a century, so too Rivaldo Clark of Barbados. We can't forget the bowlers, Stacey Ann King, pacer Nathan Edward of St. Martin, and left-arm spinner Jaden Carmichael of Nevis. Some of the standout players so far in that Rising Stars Under-19 trial series happening in Antigua. One or 2 for 5. Mahim Ashraf, the new bowler for Pakistan, and Stacey Ann King Any reason why we haven't seen Yasir Shah so far today with the ball?
I'd probably guess because of the rewards that pacers have been getting. Just that nice lateral movement as well, creating opportunities.
Just going through Kraigg Brathwaite, a stifled appeal. Kraigg Brathwaite didn't look worried at all.
And exactly what we were saying, just creating that doubt. Probably thinking, Baba Azam, that spinners may just give a bit more room and a bit more time and maybe easier to play between these two who are quite good players of spin. So just sticking a little longer with his pacers.
You all would agree that there is a viable option in that of Yasir Shah for Pakistan still. That option not being activated today. But I'm sure we will see him very soon as the West Indies move closer to Pakistan's 217. He will be called into action.
Yeah, and as mentioned before, he has gotten Brathwaite 5 times prior. So I'm sure Baba Azam, he must know that. And at some point, yeah, something will have to give. He will have to use Yasir Shah.
Yeah, the good thing about Yasir Shah is he bowled very straight lines. So for right-handers at the crease, they will have to play at majority of the deliveries. And we saw in that first over he bowled, there was quite a bit of turn, 4 degrees on offer. That's a lethal combination. Straight lines, big turn away from the right-handers. Just at 1 over on the first day for Yasir Shah. Another play and a miss by Kraigg Brathwaite. Becoming much more common in his innings.
Yeah, this ball did quite a lot. Well taken by Mohammad Rizwan.
Maiden over, 1 or 2 for 5. Windies now trail by 115. Jason Holder is usually very organized at the start of his innings in Test match cricket. Very much aware as to his strengths as a batsman. He's a lovely driver of the cricket ball, but he'll know that it's much more important on a surface like this at Sabina Park to be very selective in the deliveries that he chooses to drive. That's perfect. That's deluxe. Excellent stuff from Jason Holder.
Yeah, very pleasing to see. Nicely driven. Just earlier you mentioned how that's one of his strengths. And just in the arc, gets that stride in and drives nicely for 4 runs.
I was thinking about it. Kraigg Brathwaite was not quick in responding.
It's an interesting feel as well. Player who ran around to pick up that ball just now would have been way backward point.
Yeah, you make a good point there. It's more of a square gully. So there's a big gap from that position all the way to the fielder in cover, as if to entice the batsman to open the blade and try and score in that region. What it does, just might present an opportunity in the slip cordon. There are 3 slips and 2 gullies. So dangling the carrot, so to speak, Pakistan.
Yeah, and this is good from Shaheen Shah Afridi, who is bowling to his field that is set. He's not giving any width. He's not giving anything for Jason Holder or Brathwaite to free their arms. So as previously said, the only thing that Jason Holder can score off of is getting that length that he can drive along the ground with.
Just 4 runs from the over. 42 overs gone in the innings. The West Indies 106 for 5, and it's time for Blue Waters' drinks break.
Just a match summary where we are so far in this first test match. Pakistan got to 217 thanks to Fawad Alam, Fahim Ashraf in partnership. West Indies 106 for 5 and still trailing by 111 runs. Set the wickets falling in this session, the post-lunch session. Jimin Blackwood, another injudicious shot from him, resulting in his downfall, trying to go over the top inner portion of the bat, and quite comfortably taken by Mohammad Abbas in that mid-on area. And then this happened. Kalmir's first delivery, golden duck. And at that stage, Shaheen Shah Afridi would have been on a hat-trick. He's playing back, missing it altogether, plumb in front. Didn't bother with the review, and rightly so. And Shaheen Shah absolutely convinced about that. Beautiful part of the world, the land of wood and water, Jamaica. Always enticing place to be. Rafting on the Martha Bury, a unique Jamaican experience. A beautiful, relaxing day out. 30-foot bamboo rafts, taking in the tranquil surrounds. Just located around 10 minutes from the town of Falmouth in Trelawney. Just looks serene and peaceful. If you want to go and relax and just get that mental break and rejuvenate yourself, that's the place to be. The place to be right now, Sabina Park in Kingston. An even better place to be alongside Colin Croft. Good afternoon, sir.
Well, if you want to believe that. But Jamaica is beautiful. I've been to Dunn's River Falls and those places. Real nice.
All right, Giants, let's play.
But you know, I'm an adventurer. I do anything that gets excitement, like bowling quickly. Like sometimes getting confused about the West Indies and the way they bat. Looking at the black, green, and gold, who've flown so excellently at the last Olympics. I'm very impressed by the 100 meters hurdles gold winner, Mr. Parchment. Really good race.
They always produce stellar performances at the Olympic Games. Jamaica, very proud in terms of their track and field and athletics, for sure. And with Kraigg Brathwaite, such the epitome of concentration, eyeing up another test match half century. Just look at that, 129 deliveries faced. Unfazed.
The West Indies have got to do a little bit of a repair job here, after losing 2 very quick wickets. The captain has been there this entire time. He's going to still have a lot of work to do because the rest of the team could go around him.
Look at the opening batsmen around the world and teams with that continuous search for reliable and dependable top-order batsmen, specifically opening the batting. Not much when you look at the teams in the global game who you can really pinpoint. The fact that Kraigg Brathwaite has been around for such a long time, since he's made his debut, is testament to his ability. Average just over 30, 9 centuries to go with that in 71 test matches.
I did not recognize that he had played so many test matches. 71. You're right, he's been around a while. But I think though he would like that average to go up a bit more. So if he could get 100 here, it would be more than useful for himself and the West Indies.
Yeah, and I remember reading about him. Get back to that at the next over, 106 for 5.
चलो चलो ये ऑल वेरी गुड
Still trailing by 111 runs, the West Indies. Shaheen Shah Afridi has been given a break, given a rest. Good long spell from him post-lunch. Mohammad Abbas back into the attack, so still no signs of Yasser Shah.
Well, the pressure is on from Pakistan. And I think that the Pakistanis think that if they could get a wicket here, then they could be well into what might be termed the tail of the West Indies. I wouldn't call it that. The lesser batsmen.
Let me ask you a question, Colin. With the hesitancy of the both teams, as a matter of fact, to use spin, we didn't see much of Jamal Warrican in that first inning. Ruston Chase, as a matter of fact, bowled more than him. Just one over from Yasser Shah. The question, therefore, is in terms of team selection from a West Indian standpoint, do you think that Alzari Joseph, seeing the conditions here, should have been in instead of Warrican? Your thoughts?
It's a good consideration. This morning I was asking when Alzari Joseph was bowling about that, and then it was explained to me, well, Ruston Chase would have been the only spinner then. You would have had 5 fast bowlers, one of them who's supposed to make run. This Alzari Joseph. He's not done badly for the West Indies. But you know, the purists will be a little bit upset that you got 5 fast bowlers operating in a test match for the West Indies. I think he's a very good young fast bowler. Andy Roberts, Sir Andy Roberts now, thinks a lot about him. Antigua and Barbuda, of course. But he's tall, he's strong, he's aggressive, he's pacey.
Yeah, he also had a stint in the county circuit, Alzari Joseph, during these pandemic times. Shows that proclivity to bowl a little bit fuller than we've used to. It's been seen from him. 38 wickets in his test match career.
And he's not a bad little batsman down at the end. Maybe coming in at number 8. It's lesser batsmen, not tail enders anymore. That went out when I stopped.
Yes, they're euphemistically called lower order batsmen now. Tail ender is no longer part of the cricketing lexicon.
Here's something for you, and it was about Pakistan. West Indies played against Pakistan in Australia with 5 fast bowlers: Holding, Roberts, Garner, Croft, and Marshall. We lost.
Yeah, it's different times now. So every one of these players now consider themselves to be batsmen. They look for the best willow. $106 for 5. Very sedate from the West Indians. It's just as I said that. A waft from Kraigg Brathwaite, uncharacteristic.
And he's probably going to get a slight scolding from his Barbadian and West Indian teammate and former captain. Not necessary at all. Sometimes batsmen lose focus. As a bowler, you like that. That gives you a chance. But a batsman like Kraigg Brathwaite, you would have thought he will not do that kind of thing.
I'm only human is what he'll say. Goes towards that vacant third man area, gets the 4. Unintended, but he'll take them nonetheless closer, one closer to that half century.
A couple of times the ball has gone off the edge to a fourth slip position. Fahim getting this to bounce a little bit. There we go. Well, actually, it's about a second gully. For once, Kraigg Brathwaite was not 100% in control of that ball hitting his bat. But I would ask you, Samuel Badri, as a leg spinner, would you not have liked to have bowled on this? Mohammad Rizwan probably having a little bit of a problem here. He's kept excellently. It's not easy to keep on this pitch. There you go. It bounces a little bit in front of him a couple of times. That hit the wrist. That didn't hit the meat of the glove.
Yeah, Ian Bishop was mentioning about this surface, this in conversation with you, exactly that. And whilst we were promoting the fact that the fielders should come up a little bit closer, he was explaining exactly that. You don't know what the ball is going to do off the surface in days gone by. And we've seen an example of that. That one kept very low. Sometimes that lapse in concentration from Kraigg Brathwaite, like we saw a couple deliveries ago, really gives you a chance to settle back down, especially when it doesn't bring your demise. Sometimes you make a mistake, you're gone. Sometimes you make a mistake and you still have an opportunity like he does now. So he will refocus, recalibrate his thoughts, and then start over.
So yes, Samuel Badri, right arm leg spin. Would you not have liked to bowl on this? With the uncertainty of bounce and everything else?
You're not going to get much turn, that's for sure, with the grass. Yasser Shah usually bowls wicket to wicket, something that I did for most of my career. So I think that he will enjoy the conditions, even though with the limited turn that might be on offer. But he'll challenge the stumps, challenge the pads. And that has been the reason for his success in his career. Brings up the 50 for Kraigg Brathwaite. A boundary to do that. So elegantly played his 22nd Test match half century for the West Indian captain, and a timely one as well.
Definitely a timely one. 139 balls. He's batted a long time. 7 fours. Strike rate only 38. 114 for 5.
The state is now there on the 14 for 5.
Full face of the bat from Jason Holder, the last ball in the previous over. Neatly worked away by Kraigg Brathwaite. Scored a lot of those runs on the one side. Just waited for the bowlers to come to him. Like I mentioned, 22nd Test match half century. Had a century and a half century in that Test match against Sri Lanka in Antigua.
But the job is just halfway done in his mind and from the West Indies perspective. As the leader, the opening batsman versus Pakistan, the average is not bad at 41.42. 350s and 100. Suppose he would like to keep that going. But yes, I think that's a good average, good effort. Didn't do too well against South Africa. This is a real good comeback series for him.
Another ball that beats the bat. But the bat still getting some seam movement from the surface. And that's one of the reasons why we've seen the fast bowlers in operation for such a long period of time. Just going back to Kraigg Brathwaite, however, his average against Pakistan only bettered by his average against Bangladesh, so it's a favorable opposition for him in his Test match career. So that would, of course, give him that psychological boost. But a typical Kraigg Brathwaite innings, very patient, just waited on deliveries that he can score from. Whenever they came full, presented that full face of the bat, high elbows, playing in that V's, very straight. Some crisp drives, and when they came close, just worked it over on the one side as well. Really good template from him.
So the West Indies, after losing two very quick wickets, they're just trying to do a little bit of a repair job here.
This is his scoring areas, Kraigg Brathwaite. Down the ground. Through that offside. Boundaries came in that direction, majority of them. And just to highlight his patience, he spent 52 minutes in the 40s. Kraigg Brathwaite, 114 for 5. Kraigg Brathwaite's Test career by oppositions. You can see there favors Bangladesh, Pakistan, New Zealand, Zimbabwe, averaging over 40 in each of those oppositions, against each of those oppositions, rather. Gem of a delivery, just turns and goes back. How many of that have we seen? So not too bothered by it again. Fahim Ashraf.
Fahim is wondering why he didn't get the edge here. To beat that bat of a batsman who's been batting since yesterday, that was an excellent delivery. Maybe just too good. Too much movement. Therefore, the batsman couldn't get an edge. Excellently bowled. We've been very fortunate because the forecast was about 50 or 60% of rain from about 10 o'clock this morning. We hadn't had a drop, and I hope it stays that way until 7 o'clock tonight. It's a nice breeze blowing from about the southeast. The flags are straightening themselves out. I'd say 20, 25 knots. So that's going to help the bowlers bowling from the southern end, the Michael holding end. The ball is going to shift away from the right-hander. Look at those flags. They're straight out.
Another play on a miss. I really like your determination of the wind speed, Colin Croft. Has to do with your experience as a pilot. So by your estimation, that's 25 to 30 knots, yeah? In a southeasterly direction.
Yes, well, it
Comes from the southeast.
To our left is the southeast, of course. Remember, we're at the north here. But that's about 15 to 20. I also read the forecast in the morning, so it couldn't be wrong.
West Indies team, if you are a keen supporter, keen fan, an opportunity to get your merchandise and rally around the West Indies, castor.com/collections/West-Indies. Log onto the website and get your very own, all sizes available, different designs as well. Batting coach Monty Desai stands resolute with his batsmen out in the middle. Maiden over, 114 for 5 it remains. Still trailing by 103, the West Indies. And finally, we're going to see Yasser Shah in action. And from the Courtney Walsh end. Did have that solitary over yesterday evening. That ball, of course, would have been new and very hard. This one, 47 overs old now. Has a slipper forward short leg in position. First ball from Yasser Shah.
Nice to see him bowling. I don't like the field. Just a slip and a forward short leg. Now, what about perhaps a silly point, very close? Or maybe the man at a backward point come square at a gully. He's going to get the ball to bounce.
Oh! Good bowling, Shaji.
Just maybe wants to get settled down first. Get his line and length. I know you're a hard task master, Colin Croft. You want to see that attacking feel immediately.
You got to be ahead of the game. You got to get the feel for the bowler.
Ready.
As a leg spinner, you know what you would like.
Yeah, and you want to get settled in first. As any bowler, you just want to get that confidence going first. Just get that rhythm. And maybe a feel with a little bit more protection just to start initially. And once you get the groove, you're bringing that additional feel in front of the bat so the batsman doesn't feel as comfortable going forward. LBW's bowl down come into play. So I get what you're saying. But just from a bowler's point of view, I can understand why he wants to get settled in first and maybe then do that.
Well, I want the man to be out the first time I bowl. I don't want to wait 6 deliveries. One will do. I want the right field.
Oh yeah, beautiful, Shaji.
Excellent start from Yasser Shah. Maiden over. It remains 114 for 5. Partnership just 14, but 64 deliveries. Spending time out in the middle. These two very familiar with each other as well. Kraigg Brathwaite, Jason Holder, both from Barbados. And very much leaders. Jason Holder, of course, the former captain of this team and the #1 test all-rounder in the ICC rankings. Not for the first time. We've seen a delivery cut the batsman in half. Bounces over the stumps.
Fahim Ashraf getting this ball to cut back into the right-hander. The bounce did the batsman and the bowler in a way, because had that come at the standard bounce, then it probably would have hit the top of off stump. Both the bowler and the wicketkeeper wondered why it didn't. And we come back to the pitch again. This one came through very quickly to the wicketkeeper at a different bounce, varying bounce on this pitch.
He's beaten both the edges, the inside edge and the outside edge on a few occasions for him, Ashraf. Nothing to show for his efforts, however, in terms of the wickets. But you can't fault him for a lack of effort. Really charges into the crease, attacks the crease. Bustling type of action as well. Has protection there. Might want to check that with that hat very close to the advertising board, but another couple for Kraigg Brathwaite.
Taking a breather. It's for him. His captain is maybe just moving the field around a little bit on the leg side. When you're a fast bowler bowling in these conditions, you need a little bit of a breath. Baba Azam has done a good job with his team. He's used his bowlers really, really well. He's even allowed me to say Yashir Shah, at least for 2 overs.
Pleasant from Kraigg Brathwaite. Doesn't have the timing to go all the way. Gets another couple to end the over. 118 for 5, the West Indies.
Hello, Darren Ganga.
Hello to you and Bishop. Finally, we see the introduction of Yasir Shah. First delivery goes for 4.
Nice stroke. Jason Holder will be hoping that he can keep this going because the West Indies need it. Reputed to be a good player of spin.
An over-pitch delivery. Jason Holder using his long reach, getting a good stride in, going down the ground.
Bowling, Shaji. Oh! Shaji!
4 more. I suppose if there's any Pakistan fielder you want to hit it close to, it's Mohammad Abbas. He's not the most mobile.
Again, Holder. Just keeping his head down. I didn't think he intended to hit that in the air, but luckily for him, falls short of Mohammad Abbas, and he gets another boundary.
Most expensive over of the innings, 12 from it, 130 for 5.
इसके पूरा सामने ले आओ ना पता ना वो 3-4 ओवर से खेल गया वो ये पीछे फेंक दे अगर सिग्नल करे तो वो सामने आ जाए जरा ये लंबा क्लास हो जानी है
Seen anything that interests you, Darren, with in terms of deviation off the surface?
Still, the fast bowlers are getting a little bit of lateral movement in and out, off a good length. Has kept Captain Baba Azam interested in using his fast bowling options. Only recently we saw that 1 over from Yasir Shah. There's a general feeling that it's easier to score off the spinners on this surface.
Brathwaite has really dug in. One of the things that have been pleasing is his balance. Just around off stump, trying to play only what is threatening the off stump or just outside. Not squared up as much as in times past, I don't think.
I really think that Baba Azam has to develop a strategy, especially with Kraigg Brathwaite at the crease. Maybe try to find a way of bowling more deliveries to the batsman on the other end. What we've seen from Brathwaite so far is that resilience and discipline to know which deliveries to play at and to be patient as well. Yeah, Bishop, you know how very frustrating it is when you're bowling to a batsman that wears you down. Doesn't really score runs off you to get you angry as a fast bowler, but just slowly digs at you, frustrates you as a bowler. That's what prompts you to try things, to be a little more innovative. Pakistan has to find a way to resist that from Kraigg Brathwaite. Saw it a little bit from this man, Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Good single again. Yep. Always said that Brathwaite is not as gifted aesthetically nor stroke-wise as some of the other members of the team, but he's been industrious. Now, when he's out of form, he really is out of form. But his discipline, and there are very few around the world like him as the batting type, the old-time archetypal test batsman. Dom Sibley doesn't mind not scoring. Fawad Alam doesn't mind not scoring. And think of one or two others. Cheteshwar Pujara, although he's out of form now, but he has played some timeless innings. Someone mentioned Dean Elgar, the South African opener. So it's a bonus to teams to have a player like that if the other guys can play around him. But we are so enamored by T20 cricket in the modern age and scoring rates of 3.5. These guys fly under the radar. Still a place for them in this game. 1-3-2 for 5.
Another significant partnership developing, 32 so far between Brathwaite and Holder.
Baba's taking momentary release from the field, may just want to pop to the bathroom. Or maybe not feeling all that well. Yazir Shah. It's a different fielder now at mid-on. I mentioned Mohammed Abbas was at mid-on when Jason Holder struck the ball down the ground. Now you've got the left-handed Shaheen Shah Afridi fielding at that mid-on position, number 40 right of your screen, bottom right. Abbas is now down at long off.
Good ball, Shaji. Yeah, Shaji. Good ball, Shaji.
Gets a lot of forward momentum from a run-up. It's not necessarily in the mold of, let's say, a Shane Warne who would walk a couple of steps. Gets momentum through his delivery and has a decent enough follow-through because of the energy of the run-up. There are other leg spinners who would have perhaps more side spin and pivot around the front leg.
Oh!
It's a sequential type of activity, leg spin. Starts with the grip and then the activation of the arm and the wrist.
Ball finds Mohammad Abbas wherever he goes.
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल हाँ आप कैचिंग करो थोड़ा सा बाकी वो मूव कर लेंगे ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ये शाजी
1-3-3 for 5.
दो बार
West Indies trail now by 84. Still resisting and persisting, the West Indies.
He's just one behind the late Abdul Qadir, whose son we saw here in the T20 series. Waqar Younis is up there on 373. Wasim Akram at the top. Waqar, one of the coaches here under Misbah. Great bowler. Oh, goodness, when I saw him the first time. Remember playing against him in 1990 in Pakistan, and we were all enamored with this in-swinging Yorker. So one time I said I'd stand on leg stump in the test match, open my stance up, and I saw this delivery lined outside the leg stump, and I thought, runs, Bishop, easy runs. It's the first time I ever saw the other out-swinging Yorker. All I heard was the noise, all three stumps scattered everywhere. And his pump, pace, swing, supreme fitness. He used to sprint in like a train. And the averages, they're great averages, 23, 23, 22, Imran Khan. Danish Canaria down there as well. One of the great run-ups, Darren Ganga, in the world game, Waqar Younis in his pump. He would hold the ball in his left hand, obscure the shiny side of the ball, and race in like no other.
Yeah, I remember looking at Pakistan play, I think it was in the early 90s, at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, sitting down in the Guinness stands, looking at him running in to bowl. And then I played against him in the early 2000s in Sharjah when he was captain of the Pakistan Test team. He was still rapid then, with his slingy action, got the ball to skid off the surface. Never felt very comfortable getting under his short delivery, because the bounce just levels off at you, and you add his ability to swing the ball. Lethal combinations.
A little bit of movement for Mohammad Abbas. Yeah, he didn't bowl the short ball a lot, and when I played against him, I said thank goodness for that, because he would have cleaned me up. But he had a couple of back injuries as well, and his pace reduced just like myself after that, but he became more skillful. High arm with the new ball, low arm with the old ball. Wide on the crease, Mohammad Abbas, 1-3-3 for 5.
Captain hit.
Just want to take the time to say happy birthday, happy 75th birthday to Fitzroy Aiken, one of our cameramen. He looks really good for 75. Well, he's only 59, Fitzroy.
Catch it!
There's Fitzy. Shortest cameraman ever. Oh, local guy. Great servant. Been around West Indies cricket and world cricket for a long time, Fitzroy.
ये गलत हो गया फिर वो पीछे हो गया ये कैचिंग
Haven't seen significant turn from Yasir Shah. At 1 over on the first day, we saw him spin the ball away from the right-hander appreciably.
इधर ही
Well run. Very good from Brathwaite and Holder.
ज़्यादा सीधे चला गया बॉलिंग छा
yeah good ball Shaji
Yasir Shah, the fastest Pakistan test bowler to 50 wickets. Only took 9 matches for him to get to that landmark in test match cricket.
oh
That's why I found it a little bit strange that Baba Azam didn't try him a little bit earlier in the innings. That's his record now.
bowling शाबाश शाबाश guys शाबाश
Fastest to 200 as well.
खुद ही शाइना मार दे शाइना आराम से आराम से आराम से
4 strides and Holder is home. 137 for 5.
Thank you.
खुद ही
Well, he wouldn't have been home, Jason Holder. The throw was wide off the mark. You don't see it on that angle.
Way wide of the stumps. And because of that, Jason Holder probably had full view of that attempt. Kraigg Brathwaite will know that if the West Indies finish this session without losing another wicket, it sets things up nicely for the third session in the day's play. Usually, with a wearing bowling attack, it's the best time to score runs, especially with him being set. He'll relish the opportunity of that phase of the day's play. What it will also do is give more confidence to the likes of Joshua De Silva and the other batsmen to come. Still a little bit in the surface.
Like I mentioned before, that Brathwaite want to see where the head is when the ball passes. Gets there, it's just on the off stump. We saw with Rizwan yesterday that he was a long way across his stumps and falling over. Brathwaite's balance most times in this innings, the eye line, the eyes just around the off stump or over the off stump, giving him a good idea of when to play and when not to play so far. Of course, on this sort of pitch, you have to keep repeating that time and again. Man at short mid-wicket now. That's one of those where he kind of works the head towards off stump and outside. 138 for 5.
Good weather so far throughout the day. We haven't had a rain interruption. 51 overs so far in the day's play. Remember, 4 overs were bowled at the close on day 1. Two wickets to fall in this session. West Indies still with a slightly low run rate, 2.2.
Easy runs for Jason Holder. Well played. Again.
Really getting into stride, Jason Holder. We saw him use a similar approach in white ball cricket when the West Indies played Australia. He was very quick to pounce on anything short from the spinners, and more so when they over-pitched deliveries. Seeing something very similar in this innings so far from him.
Shaji. Yeah, Shaji, good bowling. Good.
Couple more runs.
West Indies would have spoken a lot about diffusing the threat from Yasir Shah. They've done a really good job so far. Wicketless. Shah now into his 6th over.
Ball, Shaji, ball, Shaji.
One thing I'd say about Yasser is that his career, so much of it was based in the UAE, where he has had his most success, 116 of his wickets. He got to that 200 as we talked, but he's since that 200 wickets, the next 13 test matches, his wickets have cost him 47 apiece. 33 wickets in 13 matches at 47.
Good thing, good thing.
145 for 5. More important runs. I just want to remind our viewers that during the tea interval we will hear from Jermaine Blackwood about his journey. So I think it's worth tuning into. He had a disappointing shot today, Jermaine Blackwood, Darren. I don't know how you contextualize that, because I keep hearing let guys play their natural game, but you pointed out it's 9 times now that he's been dismissed that way.
Doesn't look threatening to Jason Holder.
10 seconds.
Mentioned this dismissal. I reckon the shot was on. It's just that technically, when you look at that shot, that back leg just dips a little too much in my estimation. Allows the swing to go uppish rather than down. Then the angle of the bat coming through, closing to the onside. Surely not out. Seen him play quite a few exceptional innings in recent times. That century against New Zealand, in testing conditions. Played a match-winning 95 against England to win a test match for the West Indies. Going down the leg side. But it's his consistency that has plagued him. Had a little hiatus from the game, and he came back and then re-established himself. Now he's carrying leadership responsibilities. Jermaine Blackwood, vice captain of this West Indies team. Small knock for Shaheen Shah Afridi.
I think on the Jermaine Blackwood issue, we'll probably discuss it a little bit more later, but I have a different view of it, and you know that my view on that. If the shot was on, then it's been on 9 times in his test career, and it's all been hit to mid-on and mid-off. That's for the last session. You'll hear my view next session, because 1 ball away from T. Kyle Mayer's first ball. Superb little spell from Shaheen Shah Afridi, and that's why I keep telling people the guy is 21 years old. Give him time. He's a diamond in the rough. When I was 21 years old, I knew nothing about Test match cricket. Absolutely nothing. Even though I was playing the game. Sometimes you can see something in someone even though at the moment they're not the great player you want them to be. 148 for 5.
Some glorious drives, full face of the bat down the ground. 7 fours in that knock. And just was very patient and waited for the bowlers to come to him. Was beaten a few times, but he didn't allow that to faze him. And really showing all of his maturity and the responsibility that goes with an opening batsman. Also as a captain. The wickets to have fallen for the West Indies yesterday evening. Kieran Powell, brilliantly caught and slipped. Bowling of Mohammad Abbas, and then first ball, a golden duck for Nkrumah Bonner. At that stage, the West Indies 2 for 2. And then today, Ruston chased after an excellent start for him and gave his wicket away. This too was another gift for Pakistan. Jermaine Blackwood, extravagant shot, and another first ball, a golden duck. Kyle Mayers, a judge WW Plum in front. Those are the 5 wickets that have fallen for the West Indies. Shaheen Shah Afridi will restart proceedings in this final session of the day's play. And from the Courtney Walsh and Jason Holder, unbeaten on 30. And a really good partnership between these two. 48 at the moment. 2 of the senior players in this West Indies team. Much will be expected of them throughout the course of this innings, but also throughout the course of the Test match. Jason Holder, like we mentioned before, #1 Test all-rounder in the ICC rankings. Good afternoon, Ian Bishop, but a really controlled partnership so far.
It's been good. Holder had 1 or 2 little tremors early up with a review, but generally we've known his love for batting, and Brathwaite has been just Kraigg Brathwaite. But we saw in the final session yesterday how the balance of power can shift on this pitch.
First bit of runs after T brings up the 50 partnership. Also brings up the 150 for the West Indies. 150 for 5. Much more needed. Lots of work to be done. Still only the second day in this Test match. Lots of time remaining. Opportunity for both these batsmen to get a significant score. We talk about opportunities to get runs, Bish, in 2-match Test series. Unlike times gone by when they were like 3 and 4 and 5 Test match series. In that last series against South Africa, only 2 batsmen getting half centuries. Ruston Chase, Kieran Powell. Already we've seen Kraigg Brathwaite register 1 for the West Indies. And as a Test player, if this is your specialty, as it is for Kraigg Brathwaite, those opportunities sometimes few and far between, but an excellent partnership. 32 for Jason Holder from that. Of course, Kraigg Brathwaite has been there from the onset. Tried to leave that, still got some bat on it. Jason Holder, 150 for 5.
That's middle.
Just for the silver came a Roach.
Right arm over.
Working seals batting to come for the West Indies. And Pakistan will know that and how important breaking this partnership is. Hassan Ali from the Michael holding end. See a contrasting strategy from Pakistan. Bish, after tea yesterday, they started West Indies, that is, with Ruston Chase, the spinner. Pakistan, after tea today, decided to go with experienced fast bowlers.
Yeah, Hassan Ali and Mohammad Abbas, the two seniors. Shaheen Afridi still very young. But I think it's part of the game yesterday. I think we mentioned it, that the option I would have liked to have seen.
Goes away to the boundary. Just dribbles in, gets there now. So a boundary for Kraigg Brathwaite, his 8th in the innings.
So far, it's been the hallmark of his cricket. Some of his driving down the ground earlier today was very good. He's always been a nice puncher of the ball square. He will want to be the last man standing if that's possible. Yes, I mean, in terms of batsmanship, I look at this pitch and I look at some pitches that I'm seeing in the UK, some pitches that I'm seeing on the subcontinent that's keeping bowlers in the game a lot. And I think Test cricket needs pitches where only the best players score runs. Whether it's swing, seam or spin, that the bowlers are in the game throughout the match. It's interesting. I know there are different fans who will say, well, we want to see the 150, the double 100, the triple 100 scored. No problems. My preference is to see pitches that are offering and a ball that helps the bowlers extract something out of the surface for most of the game.
And added to that, teams that are looking for results, looking for the wins in terms of their strategy and their approach. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
Thinking about it in the Caribbean here, and Pakistan fans will forgive me, but in the Caribbean here, we've been talking over the last couple of years about maybe guys like Nicholas Puran and one or two others who have basically been white ball prominent to get into the red ball frame. But there must be a caveat with that, folks. Next over.
$155 for 5.
thought Afridi's last over, apart from the first ball, was a good template for him to try to work with. First ball out down the leg side, but the next 5 deliveries were on a good length and somewhere around middle to 4th stump. So yes, he will pitch the ball up. One down the leg side was the second one, in fact. But generally, the length was consistent. Occasionally, he'll get into the green area, but it's a good template for him to form a base.
He doesn't miss out on that, Kraigg Brathwaite. As long as you're 2 straight, he clips you with control. Never tries to overhit the ball. Always gives the fielder a chance with the chase. Ball dribbles into the boundary. Rarely would you see him smashing it to the rope.
Yeah, we've talked about a few guys. Oh, no, extra run. West Indies will enjoy that. In fact, an extra 2. I've been trying to think of players who have come strictly out of white ball cricket and their foundation and into test match cricket and succeeded. I cannot think of a batsman who's done it successfully. Not one. I keep hearing David Warner. But people haven't done their investigations with David Warner. He first played T20 internationals, but there were 2 or 3 years between his T20 international and his test cricket in which he played 11 first-class games, scored 300s, including a double hundred. People don't know that David Warner's first-class average before he played his first test match was 60. But everyone says, oh, he's come from white ball cricket. They don't realize he played first-class cricket. They tried it with Bailey, George Bailey. Jason Roy tried it. Aaron Finch had his little sojourn. People don't understand red ball cricket, test match cricket, and the beast that it is as a top-order batsman. Guys have to take time if you aspire to this. Your foundational years have to be spent honing your batting technique.
Such an important point, and the importance of first-class cricket and spending time at that level, understanding the requirements of scoring centuries, scoring big runs, something that you've heard from Kraigg Brathwaite from an early age in his career. Always been known for scoring hundreds at the youth level. Over 2,700s early on. Will go to the boundary. Another 4 for Jason Holder. Not entirely in control, but he'll take it.
It's one of those shots that was well timed, but with the bat away from the body, it's come off nicely. But the bowler will also believe that he could be encouraged if that moves off the seam, but it's welcome runs.
Just a single. 165 for 5, the West Indies. Partnership 65 and climbing at the moment. still trailing by 52, so lots more to be done. But it's been a really good effort, hasn't it, from these West Indian batsmen. 2 for 2 yesterday evening. But the captain has really showed the way. Look at that statistic, 24 centuries. So he knows how to score big runs. Best of 246 as well. Kraigg Brathwaite, 177 first-class matches. So lots of experience, like you were alluding to, in different conditions, different situations. And that would have allowed him to understand what is required. And we can see we've mentioned it incessantly, his powers of concentration. Just seems to be so relaxed at the crease. Unbothered about things around him. Even the delivery before, if it beats his bat, he forgets about it quite quickly. And you need someone like that, especially at the top of the order as a captain. Average has dipped compared to his overall average. Kraigg Brathwaite had that century and a half century in that game against Sri Lanka in his first series as full-time captain, if you want to put it like that. So another opportunity here for him to solidify that position. Many people might be looking at the run rate, 2.72 from the West Indians. But at 2 for 2 yesterday evening, a lot of people were talking about them possibly being dismissed, if not by lunch, certainly by tea time on day 2. When you look at social media and all of the comments that were made at that stage, these guys have really shown tremendous fight. A maiden over, 165 for 5. West Indies still trailing by 52 runs in this first innings, in the first test match. Of course, this series is a 2-match series. The second one to be played at this very venue. Shaheen Shah Afridi to continue. Quick single. Good running between these two. Graceful. Just lent into that one. And very well controlled from Jason Holder. That was very pleasing. Really elegant from Jason Holder. Just presented the full face of the bat. Found the gap. Moves on to 44. 7 fours for him.
One of the things, Sammy, we've talked about in white ball cricket with, let's say, a Dwayne Bravo talking to an Obed McCoy. Mohammad Abbas, much older than Shaheen Shah Afridi, 10 years senior, is welcome at mid-on, so he can just perhaps walk over to Shaheen and say, stay patient at this point in time. These are the things that you perhaps need to just be throttling back and bowl a more defensive spell, XYZ.
And again, almost identical to the one a couple deliveries ago from Jason Holder. Moves on to 48.
Such a languid stroke. Width on it, but invited by the fullness of length. And so this is where the bowler has to realize, hey, I need to throttle back just a little bit. Only striking it nicely.
Another West Indian eyeing up a half century here, Jason Holder. We mentioned just 2 in that previous series against South Africa. Just shy of 2 already in the first innings. 174 for 5. Hassan Ali will continue for Pakistan, still trying to find a way to break this partnership. Nicely punched off the back foot from Kraigg Brathwaite.
You know, we talked yesterday about Fawad Alam and what he's gone through, right? And I just want to use the principle of what Fawad Alam has gone through. To me, this is my own reckoning. I'm not saying that Fawad is going to go to dominate the series. He may not get another run. But if you've got a guy who after 3 test matches averaged 42, was dropped for 11 years and came back with no monkey on his back. You spoke to him this morning, I think. He must have been disappointed, but he said, I'm going to fight on for 11 years and is still averaging 40 over 40. for young batsmen in Pakistan and in the Caribbean, young cricketers in general, it's a good lesson to say, okay, I might be averaging 29. If I get dropped for a match or a series, let me not complain. This guy was averaging 40 and got dropped for 11 years. 40. So what are your standards? Are your standards global standards, or are they standards that you just want to be better than the next guy from the neighboring island or the neighboring town? Always told the story when I was playing county cricket. Wakar was at Surrey, Wakar Eunice, Alan Donald was at Warwickshire. And I'd pick up the paper when I was playing for Derbyshire, and I want to know what Alan Donald did last weekend, what Wakar Eunice did the next weekend. They were the top performers, so I wanted to judge myself by their standards. Are you judging yours by Shane Warne's standards when you were playing? Am I judging my batsmen by Virat Kohli, Joe Root, Steve Smith? Those are the global standards. The Wakar Eunices in his pump.
It's such an important point. When we look at the standards in the region, and comparatively speaking, it's not where we want it to be. The West Indian supporters want it to be. Couple youngsters coming through the system, Joshua De Silva and Jaden Seals. We know the rising stars in Antigua. In there, but gets the gap, gets a boundary. Fortuitous, might say. Doesn't mind for Kraigg Brathwaite. Another 4 for him, 182 for 5.
Overboard.
Perilously close to the left-handed Fawad Alam, but more important runs for Brathwaite and West Indies.
Trail by 35, beg your pardon, the West Indies. So almost doing the first task, which is to get past Pakistan's first innings of 217, the last ball of the previous over. Outer portion of the bat in the air, but just wide of the fielder, the Fawad Alam in that backward point position. And despair for Hassan Ali. Moves to 49.
Good to see Jason Holder in the runs, because I think that his career really took off against Pakistan, in fact. His first 5-wicket haul came in the 3rd test match in Sharjah in 2016, I think it was. All his 5-wicket hauls have come since then. That was like after nearly 20 test matches. His bowling has been good. His batting has improved. So it's a team that he's familiar with.
Yeah, Mohammad Rizwan ran all the way towards the middle fielder, Baba Azam, just to have a discussion with him. And we're seeing a change in the field here now, change in strategy, something he would have gleaned. Mohammad Rizwan, helmet coming onto the field. So maybe a catcher in that forward short leg position. Baba Azam himself going backward of square. squarish leg gully. So it's a change of attack, you know, a change of plans from Shaheen Shah Afridi and Pakistan.
Into the ribs or hip. We saw Baba having a chat there about the plan, and before the over started, Mohammed Abbas was having a chat with Shaheen. I like that. Your so-called more mature players taking an interest and passing on advice, sharing advice, and it takes time. All of these are building blocks. Saw this plan work against Brathwaite. I think it was Jimmy Anderson got him in Grenada, caught in that leg trap a few years ago, 2015.
Gets off strike. Smart thing to do for Kraigg Brathwaite. Moves on to 76. But they've clearly moved to plan B in Pakistan, which is some short pitch bowling, and as our colleague Colin Crawford says, some ribblers, tickling the ribs. Taller man, Jason Holder, need to get it shorter for sure to get that height. Outside off stump.
One of the things that Shaheen Shah Afridi on this pitch could do is something that we see them do in red ball. Instead of holding it down the seam, a lot of guys do that. You can hold it cross seam. So if it strikes the leather, it slides off the grass. If it on the seam, it holds up in the grass and gets some bounce. I think that's something we don't see enough of. That's orthodox holding of the seam. I would really like to see cross seam. It can level off at you and not bounce as high as the batsman expects. 184 for 5.
Hassan Ali to continue. Nine Test centuries for Kraigg Brathwaite so far in his career. This would be his 10th if he gets there. Still 24 away. So still lots of work to be done. He's really played an excellent innings so far, and will deserve that. The last delivery deemed to be a no ball. Of course, the auto no ball in play. Seen a few of them already, just confirmation of that here. Very tight. Misses out this time, Kraigg Brathwaite. usually doesn't miss out on those full deliveries. That's what he waits for to score his runs. Wouldn't bother him in the least. Hassan Ali again. Some despair, inside edge from Kraigg Brathwaite. Oohs and ahs all around. Just hitting that unprotected area. You have that inner thigh pad, but it doesn't extend to the area just above the knee. Gets the gap this time. Gets a single. Kraigg Brathwaite.
That was well bowled by Hassan Ali. That was pace off the ball. I'd love to see that again. 119 kilometers per hour. Brathwaite was almost through the shot too early. I've often wondered why the guys who have great skill at it, like Hassan Ali, don't bowl more of it in red ball cricket on pitches like these.
.186 for 5, the West Indies.
Brathwaite and Holder doing good work with the bat, following on from the efforts in the first session. Just 1 wicket to fall in that first session, 2 in the post-lunch session. And a change in attack by Pakistan to Kraigg Brathwaite. Going more on the body line, trying to set the right field.
I heard you talking about my ribbler. I think they're trying to get a couple of those just around the corner. The man at leg gully and the man at forward short leg. The leg gully is relatively deep.
Clipped away. Not a bad plan by Pakistan, just pushing Kraigg Brathwaite to do something out of the ordinary. He's grown into that habit of leaving deliveries outside the off stump, waiting to pounce on anything straight and full. Now he has to make different decisions as a batsman.
The restrictions, though, don't allow you to have more than 2 men behind the umpire, so they have to be very careful as to how they place those. If the batsman like Kraigg Brathwaite just flicks off of his body, then the man at leg gully should actually be at leg slip maybe. And then the fine leg should go a little bit wider because you're trying to get a wicket. You're not trying to defend the boundaries. It's only one man you could have. Well, you could have 2 men behind the umpire, but if you want to protect that fine leg.
Just clears the man. Shaheen Shah Afridi had his hands open as if to say there was a chance. But on the other hand, celebration for Jason Holder. Gets to his 50 and gets there in style.
It's 11:50. This is really, really nice. I mean, he might think that he would have not gotten this the right way. Enticed to pull. Just over the top of the man who has been placed strategically out at mid-wicket, maybe a straightish square leg. Played it well, got 6, got to 50. Actually got 4.
And you could understand why Shaheen Shah Afridi was gesticulating. Ball falling just within the boundary. And he should have known as well, that's hitting with the wind. So chances are the ball will get to you a little bit faster as compared to the other side.
Yes, correction. It was 4. I actually thought it had gone over the boundary too. And I was looking at the fieldsman. That is poor cricket, because I think he was set out there strategically for that.
Should have been a run. Kraigg Brathwaite was not interested, so too Jason Holder. .191 for 5.
Well, a few stretches being made to Jason Holder. A couple of the physios have come out. There you are. Must be some cramping. Ronald Rogers, the man, doing some work. It's been hot. It's been humid. Suppose you're entitled when you get 50 to have a stretch.
His 11th half century in Test match cricket. He started his innings quite well with a few strokes down the ground. That was a half chance, you would say. But a few glorious cover drives. Populating his effort.
He's played a couple of good shots on the offside, but mostly down the ground. The tall man, so once he gets to the pitch of the ball and he wants to hit it, he could do. He's done a very good job here for the West Indies. 53 not out. This partnership now worth 91 with his captain. Resting the previous captain and the present captain.
West Indies now trailed by just 26 runs. A really good batting effort today from the West Indies, and in particular Kraigg Brathwaite unbeaten on 78. Pakistan, they've really toiled away with the ball. Mohammad Abbas with 2 wickets, Shaheen Shah Afridi 2 for 53. And a reminder that we are in Jamaica, a beautiful country in the Caribbean, where you can get a lot of adventure. And if you love the beaches, you love the flora and the fauna, and you want to interact with the locals, you're in for a really good time.
As I see that Darren Gang, I should ask, when are you going to buy your yacht?
I wish.
I'm going to invest in an airplane, a toy airplane. This has been a very good effort by the West Indies. 191 for 5. Could have been better. A couple of wickets that were given away by the West Indies. But
You mentioned those wickets, 5 wickets to fall, 2 fell on day 1. The first was Kyron Powell, edging away, Butt diving, taking a brilliant catch. And then first ball up for Nkrumah Bonner. He was a judge LBW. Mohamed Abbas accounting for those 2 first wickets. And then Roston Chase wafting at 1. He was caught behind off the bowling of Hassan Ali. And Blackwood hitting this one uppishly to the mid-on fielder. One bowler, Kyle Mayers. Back live again. Another loose shot by Kraigg Brathwaite. Must be tiring at this time. He's been there from the start of the innings for the West Indies.
Shouldn't be tiring. I've never known a batsman yet who's been tired when he's at the crease. He wants to make 100, then 2, then 3, 4 even. 5 hours plus. But his job is not nearly half done. He has to try to get to another 100. With him at the crease, the West Indies could then think about a lead of maybe 50, 100 once this partnership continues and the Joshua Silva and company come in and do their thing. And the West Indies then will be in a position to put some pressure on Pakistan's top order if they have a lead of about 100.
Pakistan, on the other hand, will hope that if they can break this partnership and get a few wickets, they can possibly bowl West Indies out today. Make things quite even after both teams having a chance to bat once in this test match. And it becomes a second innings affair. Just missed out on that occasion. We saw quite a few strokes down the ground from Brathwaite, bringing boundaries.
You might be right, because he seems to have been losing a little bit of attention and focus. In the meantime, just has to start all over again. Okay, you've had a bad patch recently, a couple of bad shots that you don't like. You walk away. Even a tail ender could tell you that. Irritates the bowlers too.
Beautiful stroke for no run. Just one delivery left in the over. Still some away movement. 191 for 5. Yasir Shah comes on now for Pakistan. 6 overs producing 25 runs for the West Indies, wicketless at this stage of the innings. Cut away. Jason Holder pouncing on this one, putting pressure immediately on Yasir Shah.
Yes, way too short, way too wide. Jason Holder is a very tall man. Yasir Shah, much too wide. The man at extra cover on the boundary now has been left out there. He was just at mid-off.
Yeah, Shaji, good ball.
Much better length. You'll have to be mindful that Jason Holder is a tall man, so his reach will be relatively longer than that of Kraigg Brathwaite.
Good bowling, good bowling.
Now you guys have been talking about leg spinners from Pakistan. He reminds me of Abdul Qadir. He bounces in more or less the same way. Danish Canary was a little bit different.
Okay, spinner. Turn and bounce, turn and bounce.
Has to find a way to bowl quite a number of deliveries to Jason Holder, start to create a bit of pressure. At the moment, Holder scoring quite fluently. Doesn't look troubled when facing Yasir Shah.
On a pitch like this, you've got to let the batsman play. Bowling outside off stump with just a slip in the catching position in the offside, you really have to bowl straighter.
Easy single to Holder to end the over. 196 for 5.
That's middle.
Brathwaite and Holder approaching a 100-run partnership. They've done very well in Test match cricket batting together. They average 81 runs as a pair in Test match.
The responsibility of leadership, captaincy, seniority. They've played so much together, and I think Jason Holder takes tremendous pride in his cricket, as does Kraigg Brathwaite. But the first time I met Jason Holder was at UE Spec in Trinidad and Tobago ages ago.
Just nibbling at this one, Jason Holder. The away movement getting the better of him.
Yeah, I think he had a quick word with his captain. And remember, the one thing he said to me, this is the last delivery, just a nibble. You see, no movement of the feet. The bat was away from the body. Look at his feet in the same place that they started. Yeah, and the only thing that Jason Holder said to me, he hadn't played for the West Indies yet. He came up to me and he said, Mr. Croft, I would like to learn to bowl properly. I said, you could bowl properly already. All you have to do is stay fit. Well, there he is. He hadn't played for the West Indies. He was playing for University of the West Indies 11 at the Spec in Trinidad and Tobago.
I mentioned both himself and Kraigg Brathwaite are doing well in Test match cricket as a batting pair. They both came from the Wanderers Cricket Club in Barbados through the youth program, would have spent a great amount of time honing their skills as young cricketers. Now representing the West Indies at the international level. Brathwaite from the Combermere Primary School. Beg your pardon, secondary school. Holder from St. Michael. And the edge comes once more for Pakistan. And Holder has to depart. They might just check for the new ball as well.
As tight as possible.
Oh, the Pakistanis are celebrating, but it's a little bit of a muted celebration because there's going to be a check for the no ball. Yeah. So they are just waiting for that decision. That seemed to be okay. Fahim has persevered, and he might just have had his man. Not sure. He's still waiting.
Yeah, they're celebrating now. Jason Holder again being tested. Another very good delivery from Fahim Ashraf. Finds the outside edge of the bat of Jason Holder. A special innings from him. Half century, 58, 196 for 6.
That's why I headed to the wicket for West Indies, Joshua De Silva.
Young Joshua De Silva with 8 test matches to his name. Made a very good impression with his 2 half centuries. There was a concern with the legality of the delivery that got Jason Holder.
Maybe 2 millimeters just behind the line. Remember, you have to have something behind the line, a juicy edge. This one will not miss that. Celebration starts, and then they had to wait a little bit, which brings De Silva to the crease. Very impressive young cricketer for the West Indies. Kept excellently yesterday, as is Rizwan today. End of the over, 196 for 6.
Breakthrough finally coming for Pakistan. Partnership of 96 was broken between Brathwaite and Holder. Joshua De Silva has had his problems facing spinners. He prefers batting against the seam bowlers. He has a massive challenge on his hands.
If I were Babar Zamdo, I would do something a little different here. Because the partnership has been broken, I would put a little bit of pressure on Brathwaite also.
This is really good from Brathwaite. Continues the fine work we've seen from Jason Holder with the bat and follows suit. A short delivery pulled away through the mid-wicket region.
I was advocating for a better field than this, but with a long hop like this and dispatch over mid-wicket, that wouldn't give your captain too much confidence. The Jester is going to have to come back and pitch it up a little bit more. But what you like about Brathwaite is that it's a bad ball, you dispatch it. That's what good batsmen do.
Yeah, Shaji, yeah.
Well, Baba Azam just adjusted the field to Kraigg Brathwaite. He had a long off when Jason Holder was batting. Now that long off has come in to a conventional mid-off position.
Hey, beautiful Shaji.
And I did mention about the challenge for Joshua De Silva when facing Yasir Shah. He's not faced leg spin bowling as yet in Test match cricket.
Something to learn. It's the progressive world, you get something new.
China, easy kar. Aajao.
He'll have to wait for leg spin. Joshua De Silva, exactly 200 up now for the West Indies, 200 for 6.
USDs, they are 200 for the loss of 6, 200 for 422 deliveries, 325 innings.
No. Yeah.
De Silva gets a couple of runs. Just looking back again at the dismissal of Jason Holder, we talk about in-between length, which create doubt in the batsman's mind as to whether to come forward or to stay back. Few deliveries leading up to it. And then he fires that wicket-taking delivery in, just on the edge, front edge of a good length. Holder's feet don't go anywhere. That's a good delivery. Top class, Stacey Ann.
No.
Yeah, indeed it was. But just earlier we would have seen Jason Holder just getting some stretches done. And just that lack of foot movement, getting that stride out. And it's been his downfall.
I want to take the opportunity, Stacey Ann, to wish everyone in Pakistan a happy Independence Day.
Yeah, happy 74th Independence Day to Pakistan. I was reminded earlier by some of my newly found followers.
Very popular, are you? Jamaica celebrated theirs on the 6th of August, a week ago, during the Olympics. A few medal celebrations there as well, but a really happy Independence Day to all of you on the subcontinent. Such moving and emotional and turbulent histories for countries that sought to be self-governed and to determine their own direction. And those who are more senior than you and I, and even you and I, must remember what the countries have gone through to be where they are and who they've produced.
Most definitely, Bish.
Well bowled by Fahim Ashraf. 202 for 6.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
202 for 6, Brathwaite on 82. Very important for Captain Kraigg that he is there at the very end of the innings to milk it for all it's worth.
He's been the backbone of this West Indies innings. He's really shown good fight and determination. Still a long way to go. And he will know that.
At his very best, Yazir Shah, particularly when he played a lot in the UAE, was very good wicket to wicket. Like that, he'd win the LBWs, he'd rush on to the stumps, and then when you're playing for that, the odd one would turn because he's quicker through the air than some leg spinners with the energy that he derives from his approach to the crease.
He's the only bowler that hasn't picked up a wicket just yet for Pakistan. But again, just how he bowls and attacks the stumps, he'll be eager to try and get his name on.
First time Joshua Da Silva has faced a leg spinner in Test match cricket. Out 4 times to left arm spin. And that's where Yazir Shah is so good. That's what he wants, to be straight. Don't know that he has a big spinning googly. But it's that flipper, that top spinner that rushes on to you. Playing back to a lot. 203 for 6. Joshua Da Silva got a half century against New Zealand on debut. Struggled in the last series against South Africa. And before play today, Monty Desai, the batting coach, was trying to, I suppose, imitate a little bit of leg spin to Josh.
Just getting that And an eye in, as well as that stride. Joshua De Silva.
Try to get the top hand, the left arm, to be more in control of his stroke rather than the bottom hand dominating. It's one of the ways to benefit it. Nice touch. Just guiding it because he got the shortness of length and a bit of width.
It just continues to be so prolific. Kraigg Brathwaite. Just using the lack of pace just to guide this one through. And this is good batting. This is exactly what West Indies requires and needs him to do.
If you hear me say that's a good single, I'm not being facetious. The only reason I'm saying it from the West Indies perspective is that Brathwaite looks more secure against Yazir Shah. So if he starts the over, it gives Joshua De Silva a little bit more time standing at the non-strikers, and if he can survive this delivery, to see what's going on at the beginning of the next over. If he survives this. He does. 208 for 6.
Overboard. सही वही करना या बने में बोल हम के सही वही जाओ बिजू में या बे लगातार लग गया उस नवी हाँ ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है आओ यार कई खैर डेरा लाओ.
Which is not to say that Yazir Shah wouldn't fancy his chance against Brathwaite. He's got him 5 times in 7 test matches.
One.
Trail now going into single figures. West Indies just need 8 more.
के लगे पोख का डेरा लगा जी माशाल्लाह शाबाश 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 पोखेगा 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 आहो आहो करने लगा शाबाश 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 वीरे शाबाश वीरे चाहिए मनु no.
Bowling all within that 80 kilometers, Yasir Shah. Which I think that if he bowls just a tad slower, I mean, I understand that his follow-through takes him down the pitch. But possibly, if he can just vary his pace, might work in his favor. 209 for 6. Time for Blue Waters a drinks break.
So the Drake, the West Indies, they are currently 209 for the loss of 6. We are on day 2 in this first test match brought to you by Edwin and Example Archers. And the winning Kraigg Brathwaite on 89, and Silva on 2.
Eight runs the difference between the two teams on first innings. West Indies 209 for 6. Brathwaite on 89, not out. We're so happy to be in Jamaica. We always are. 2 test matches will be hosted here back to back, and so many places that you can visit to relax. And the North Coast, just a stone's throw from Ocho Rios, Duns River Falls. Was one of the popular tourist destinations. I've walked up the falls, I've tried anyway, not with great success, but quite a pleasurable experience. And we do hope that once the pandemic is past, that we'll have visitors flocking to these shores and to this wonderful site, one of Jamaica's national treasures, described as a living and growing phenomenon. It continuously regenerates itself from deposits into the rocks. Kraigg Brathwaite has been the rock of the West Indies batting so far. All 9 West Indian opening batsmen, opening hundreds, have been scored by him. The last 9 all by Kraigg Brathwaite. Previously, Stacey, Chris Gale. Four runs. Into the 90s, Brathwaite goes.
Yeah, we've seen him do this so well during his innings today. Just using that pace, but again with soft hands, just dropping his hands and being able to pick that gap in the slip region.
Still something in the pitch. That one that was nicked down to third man for 4 just looked as though it moved away from Brathwaite a touch. second new ball becomes available in just over 5 overs time. I don't know how much easier from batting things will become on this surface as we go through the next couple of days. One team and should I say, if the West Indies can get a lead, great for them. If Pakistan can restrict it to as little as possible and then bat well second time up, great for them. So much cricket ahead of us.
Trail just limited to 3 now. So I think most definitely we're going to see a lead. But as you said, the figure is what is going to be interesting.
Is that one that was nicked for 4, just straightened just a touch, but I think with Brathwaite you're seeing the head position there. Sometimes that head position, we'll come back to it. Excellent, still happening. 75 over all ball. The head, that's what I was talking about, just over the line of the off stump. So it's taken the outside edge, but oftentimes when he's out of form, that head could be further over or he can square up a lot more and nick off. This has been a good innings on a challenging surface. Lights are coming on, 2:14 for 6.
Oh, you are ahead 4 minutes.
Stacey, you want to see him vary or just generally bowl a little bit slower?
I think he'll be more effective varying his pace. I mean, we saw different format. Walsh Jr., Hayden Walsh Jr. do that quite well against Australia. I think it's about not being predictive.
Very well balanced in playing that shot. Shaheen Afridi dived over it, the old Harbour Bridge. But West Indies now have a lead by 2.
Yeah, just patience for the silver. Nicely driven on the onside.
ये कोई बात नहीं शाबाश 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 जितना जल्दी हो सके पकड़ना है इनको कोई मसला नहीं ओए यार Yes, Ajay. Good bowling, good bowling. default.
219 for 6. Four overs to the new ball. 5 more for Brathwaite to get to a cherished Test match 100.
Still attacking a good length, Hassan Ali. As you mentioned before, new ball up in the next 4 overs. What do you think, Bish? Is Baba going to accept or decline?
Don't know what Baba will do. You ask me what I would do? I'd be into it. Shaheen and Mohammad Abbas should be getting loose from all now, whether a wicket falls before it happens or not. Still enough happening with this in this pitch, and the new ball will do it faster. But that's 3 overs and 2 balls from now. Can Brathwaite get his 100 before then? 96 to Kraigg Brathwaite.
I fully agree. All wickets during this test, these 2 days, have gone down to pacers. Sure, Baba Azam will remember that. And of course, he may just use that option of taking the new ball when it's available.
Providing the light is good. The lights, artificial lights are on. Brathwaite doesn't average more than 18 on this ground. It's not been a happy hunting ground for him apart from 100 against Bangladesh. 220 for 6.
We'll look for 2. Kraigg Brathwaite, it'll be tight. Direct hit. This is absolutely tragic if it's out. It seems to be that way from the reaction of the Pakistan fielders. And you can see from the expression from Kraigg Brathwaite, he knows as well. Let's have a look.
Yeah, bails are broken. Just take it back. Bails are broken. Bat is well short of the crease. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen. My decision is out. I repeat, out.
unfortunate demise for Captain Kraigg Brathwaite. Decision will be out. As you would have seen from the replay, direct hit, well short of his ground. The fourth time that Kraigg Brathwaite has been dismissed in the 90s. An excellent innings nonetheless. Of course, he would have wanted to get that 10th Test match century. Not to be.